We started the stream slash the game. It is Torchbearer second edition. This is Digital Dungeons on Twitch, and I am the GM, Sean. They're my friends.
Allegedly.
Allegedly friends. Yeah.
I'm your friend.
You're my friends according to the contract, but I mean that's nearly done.
Until been proven in a court of law, I'm not admitting to anything.
This is the best Patreon I've paid for to be Sean's friend.
Yeah. Fine, it's fine. All right, so this is session 13, and I think, I'm not 100% sure, but it might be a respite session. Depends if you go to town. I'm hoping it is, but we'll see.
So?
Some guys might want to go to camp, but then you can do a camp and then back and then to town, or just finish this up, then camp, then town. I don't know. Your call, but let us begin with a prologue. Who wants to deliver the prologue? Give us a refresher on last episode, which was called Stranger Beware. Who has things? I guess Tyler's afraid. Does anyone else have anything?
Nope.
Tyler, do you want to give the prologue?
I wasn't there, so I can't give it.
I'm trying to remember what happened last session. That was not when
Here, look at this. Yeah, look at this little picture here.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, was last week the session where we fought the guy, or was that the week before, like the big monster and the drive-off conflict?
That was last week.
Also, that was last week. Okay,
Yeah.
So that's when.
I think if you start from this door here, and then kind of like recall what happened in each room.
Yeah.
I think you.
It was like That's right. Sorry, last week feels like years ago for some reason, but it was we came here, we found the hint of it's like stranger beware, reveal thyself. I forget the exact phrasing, but I remember we were messing around with like the bioluminescent moss, and after a lot of puzzling, thinking about how to get to Thelon, we tried to lie our way in, and we failed. But I thought everyone did a great job personally. In which case, we were then fought by that rock monster. Was it a rock? It was a statue that came to life, right?
Yeah, it's like a golem statue.
Yeah, I remember we were caught up in a drive-off conflict with him, and I think we ended on going through I think we went through the treasures that were in the room, and we were figuring like what our next plan was, because I think the last words were, "Oh, Phelan is here," or "I'm Phelan."
Yeah, when I touched the orb.
Yeah, you touched the orb. How could I forget the orb? I'm an idiot.
Yeah, that's good. I think that's well enough. Just gonna give you one thing, is that one of the dangers you were puzzling on earlier was the death bridge. But other than that, I think you've covered everything sufficiently gain you're healing your condition of afraid. Mark that on your character sheet. I'll remove it from this part here.
Looking back, remembering what we just did cured my fear. I'm like, yes, we are braver than we thought we were. We're much stronger. That's why I didn't remember the death bridge. So I'm like, what's so scary about a death bridge? Really?
But that's perfectly fine. You didn't go into the details of what you found, because I wanted to remind you about it anyways. Basically, you walked into the room, and there was like a big kind of glass sarcophagus. Think Beauty and the Beast. Not Beauty and the Beast. What's that one? The glass. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, where she's in a glass sarcophagus, but it's broken on some part. Not like enough to, like the glass. The glass kind of looks like it was shattered, but it's held together like it's like a laminated glass looks like. So there's like this spider webbing of cracks all around it, and inside is the corpse of Thelon, and kind of on that glass case there was like a little pedestal that the orb was resting on. Thelon, of course, again, he had like a very luxurious embroidered cloak. Not nearly as luxurious as the cloak that Corbusier is currently wearing, because that one's famously luxurious. But the well put together and has like pearls embroidered into it. And the room you're in, yeah, is like kind of like a workshop / living quarters for Thelon, and there's some like alchemist stuff about, if I recall. So that said, want to do these goals, or you guys want to quickly roleplay because Alfwin picked up the orb and he alone heard, "Thank God you rescued me. I'm Thelon." His head.
So the last session started off in the town?
No, the last session started off at the entrance of this thing. Did you miss 2 sessions?
Didn't think so. I thought I only missed one.
Well, they went to Alderport.
I was definitely only one at the beginning because you were here. I remember. We had just in the door played off the door.
Yeah, basically the one session was like you guys went to town and then you left town and opened the door and like looted like the silver frigile off the door, and then that was one session, and then the next session was starting from that door, Moss Room, Death Bridge, solving the puzzle of the face, and dealing with the statue person. Yeah. So that said, do you guys believe in skulls? Or
I mean, I think so.
Yeah. Okay, I was gonna say it might be useful to play out a bit, just because I don't know what our goal would be, because I'm not sure what the next steps are. But
Okay, well we can strategize a bit. I mean, I'm thinking we're just gonna loot this place of whatever valuables it has left, and then head back to town. Maybe camping on the way. Just to use up our last checks for things that aren't necessarily just recovery, since we don't have any need to recover right now.
yeah,
So pretty straightforward. I don't think there's anything too,
yeah,
like
I guess that's what I'm getting at. Is I'm not sure what goal to set.
Well,
There's-
I mean,
so-
for instance, I'm thinking my goal is going to be safely lead our group to respite. But
okay.
like for instance, but like you could have a camp goal, or
Yeah, I guess the 2 options you could decide now are you camping here and then mapping your way back, making it trivial, or are you going to lead back to your original camp and camp there and map everything and then choose which city you're taking your respite in?
I'm thinking the first one.
I mean, I wouldn't mind. That's a good point. I wouldn't mind camping here and then mapping and then having like Tyler map this out. How many checks do we have, by the way?
I
I
got
think we have
2.
4. I have 2 as well.
I don't have any. Okay, so I guess if Steve doesn't have any, I don't know if he did or not.
I'll take a look for Steed. I don't think he did.
Yeah, but still, four checks is plenty for a camp, right? Like we could just camp in here. It's it's safe enough. And then we could get Tyler to map the way back to Crossroads Keep, and go from there.
No, that's fair.
Who lives where? I guess too, because you could take your respite where everyone has whoever has the most places to live. I guess like their parents. If their parents are still alive.
I mean,
I live at busy Crossroads.
Does your parents live there, or do you?
No, they probably live there. My dad's a merchant and my mom is a baker. I think that's the way I styled it.
okay. Well,
She
yeah,
bakes
if they're
themselves.
from Crossroads Keep, then that would make sense.
2 elves are from Elfheim. Probably from
Although
Crossroads.
I don't know if Claflin would be welcome to have respite there.
Yeah, probably not.
Probably not.
Right away.
So
Roman's from Alderport, and Corbusier is from Alderport, but isn't.
Right. So basically,
Anywhere is fine.
well, yeah, I would say either Crossroads Keep or Aldenport would be the best options.
Okay.
And we're quite close to Crossroads Keep, and I don't see any reason to go anywhere else. It was where we rested last year, and it went fine.
Mhm.
It would also kind of take some of the load off of Talia, since she's the younger or the newer lower level character, and her
Yeah.
parents are there.
Yeah.
No worries.
Okay. Well, I think that's good enough to start the policing these goals then. I think everyone should have some idea, some plan of the session. Probably camp here, then have a town phase, which will also be a winter phase in Crossroads Keep. We'll talk about the rules of the town phase, how it differs from a regular town phase once we get there. So who wants to go with beliefs, instincts, goals?
Suppose I can start.
All right.
They're probably gonna stay the same because I
Flat
wasn't
one.
able to achieve my goal last time, and I kind of still want to.
Learned
So my-
cartography.
Yes, we are going to be mapping stuff back. So my belief is Mother Nature made the world for the elves to rule. My goal is to learn cartography, and my instinct is that when in doubt, I should manipulate others to take the fall.
Okay.
I'll go. Belief: I will oppose those who act against nature at every turn. Creed: humans can't be trusted to preserve the natural world. Goal: safely lead our group to respite. Instinct: win in camp, scrounge up lamp oil.
Excellent.
Talia can go next. So belief: it is better to act than to hesitate. Always and always. Goal: achieve respite at Crossroads Keep. And instinct: when camping, hunt for food.
I feel like the achieve respite at Crossroads Keep is
It's
maybe.
too easy.
What was Alfwin's goal? Did he have some similar goal?
Safely lead the
Safely
group.
lead the group.
Okay, yeah. I feel like
Run, capture, like
both
I
of
could do.
your goals might be. Well, it depends how it goes, but I feel like that your goal it might be. You may be better suited to not have. Be more about like looting the place, and
Sure.
then go then bringing it to Crossroads Keep, because I feel like that goal is just kind of like go to town.
Yeah,
you
it
know.
pretty much is.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
You know what? Let's do that. Let's say
even if it's like a single roll, trying to like loot the room or do an action, even if there's not much left, it's still I think a better goal than going
just trying to
back.
think exactly what I want to do here. Because I do want to get all this stuff out of here.
Or if you want to do something at town, except doing stuff at town, it'll be a little harder. Because it's winter time and it's longer.
I'm going to say extract the loot from Thelon's workshop.
Okay.
If that works. Because I mean, we fought that giant golem, and we still have to find all the loot from that. And then this workshop as well, I'm sure, has things in it that Thelon may or may not want to part with. And I don't even know that he's just talking to Elfwin.
Yeah, you do not know that. Unless Alfwin was like, "Oh my god!" at the end of the last session, but he didn't say that, so you can
imagine his eyes glowed green and he started to like curse our names and wrap us in tendrils of eldritch energy.
No, it didn't happen like that. It was definitely red
Didn't it,
eyes.
Elfwin? Yeah. Elfwin's currently summoning demons.
All
Just
right.
talking. Relax.
But tell me to relax. I see my life flash before my eyes.
He said to relax. Get him.
He said relax. That means he's evil.
Are you relaxed now?
All right. Okay. I mean that's fair. All right. Corbusier and Roman.
Oh, I can go.
Okay.
My belief is anything worth doing is worth doing in style. My creed is charity is always in style. My goal is to copy and sell a map in town. And my instinct is when in camp, take time to teach others.
Cool. I like goals and instinct. I like that. That's interesting. I don't know if that's even possible, but I like figuring it out.
What, to sell a map or?
Yeah, any of this, I like it.
Ah,
All right, Roman. I know you don't have anything written down. You may or may not have connection to the internet, but you're here on the call. Or is he? No, he's not here.
Give us a
No,
sign.
broke. He disconnected some randomly. Oh
oh,
no. All right. Well, he probably will join at some point, unless he broke his internet even more. In which
I thought you were
case,
assuming that he broke it in the first place.
well, not that he broke it, but he tried to reset
he
it,
has a
so he
great
probably like not as good. So up, everyone deserves help is his belief. His creed is the rich and powerful deserve nothing from me. You can click the buttons and they appear. Goal, get the orb of power. He got that. I don't know what his goal will be. I don't know. And it's his instincts always look for secrets. I feel like he keep his belief, creed, and instinct, and his goal he'll set once he gets back.
I have a question that's absolutely unrelated to everything that we're doing.
Sure.
How do you spell support?
SUPPORT.
All right, there's no U in there because it's a Canadian spelling or at all.
SUPP.
Yeah, SUPPORT.
Yeah.
I've been spelling it SUPPOURT for so long, and I never questioned it.
Definitely not that way.
Okay, so I'm an idiot.
Oh,
No.
now that you said that, I'm
I-
probably gonna spell it like that for the next year. God damn it!
'Cause when I type Canadian spelling, it's always listed as incorrect, or it gets a little red line underneath. So I'm like, oh, it's just another one of those quirks, and I just never questioned it. But now somebody's telling me like, oh, I didn't know that's how Canadians spell it. I'm like, wait, is it? I never thought about this. Sorry, I may have cursed you, Sean. I did not mean to do that.
It's how at least one Canadian spells it, apparently.
True.
I don't want to be that statistic.
I'm sure you're not the only one.
Anyways, I don't know. We're probably not gonna wait for Steed. You know what? You know what his goal is gonna be? In Crossroads, keep steal from the rich.
Steal from the rich?
Yep. Gonna do a
Alright.
town action. That's what it's his goal. I said it. You can change it, of course, but we'll see if he keeps it as a social experiment.
He'll
Like
probably
he's
keep it.
simultaneously here and not here, so I feel like until his internet comes back, he's just gonna be like his eyes are gonna be just a little bit smoky, and he's just gonna be walking around autonomously.
Yeah. Well, in that case, I think we can begin, and we'll put some intro music in. There we go. Is anything playing? Oh, there we go. Or not intro. I wanted the adventure music. Just play all the musics all at once.
Yeah, that's how you get E EDM.
Right, yeah. So, so like the voice of Thelon is like, is in your mind, Elfwin. Last, I've been stuck here for some time. You've rescued me. We must find my wife.
I hope she's not one of those dead
Okay.
bodies outside.
Sorry.
Oh yeah. You can feel free to change your goal to find Thelon's wife.
Oh, okay.
Because you're in the possession of the orb.
I mean, I don't know how easy that's going to be to do.
Yeah, you don't have to. You don't have to right now. But
Okay. I kind of like found it to say, "Who are you?"
I am Thelon. And he like, I don't know if you probably could sense maybe his feelings because like you're like a mind connection, sadness
Right.
coming, and he's like, at least what's left of me, mental part, the spirit of Thelon. I am powerful. I must find my wife.
Find my wife's servant.
Exactly, that's kind of how it is. Like, go forth. We must be.
What is her name? Where is she? I'm just talking to myself. Apology.
So while he's doing this, Talia's gonna start like looking through the workshop to see what's viable. I'm not sure if that triggers anything, but just to give you like a background.
Yeah, I mean that could trigger something. We'll think about that. I just want to finish some of this conversation. As well.
Yeah, sorry, didn't want to interrupt. Just
Yeah. As your background doing that.
Yeah.
He says, well, she's an adventurer. The wizard. And where she is, not 100% sure. I'm sure though if we go and look, we'll probably find her.
All right.
Been a while, but he has magics. Just as I
Could
do.
I change my goal to like search for like I guess I could go find her then, because if we're just gonna ask, I'm thinking I'll just ask around in the nearest town, so I could make progress even if I don't find her. I'm fine with changing it if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
I will change my goal to find Thelon's wife. What's her name?
He's going to tell that to you. I think it's
Take his wife, please.
Mailia, I believe. But that's just my remembering from the last time I read this.
Malia.
Probably. I don't know.
I'll just put that, and we'll go from there.
Oh my god, I'm trying to find it. Am I just making stuff up? I'm not making stuff up, I swear.
so wait, what is it?
There.
His wife's name is Mailia, apparently. I don't know. I was just asking how it was spelled. So, but it doesn't really matter. Obviously, it could be spelled however.
Mailia, Maila. Yep.
Maila? More like Mela.
Mila?
Mailia?
Mila? Yeah,
Mel-
Mila.
Mailia? Mila?
Thelon,
Hey there,
M-A-I-L-A.
Mila. Phelan's whispering to
Like-
your city.
Mila?
Anyways.
Amalia, because the I is before the L, you know? Mela?
He also might be traveling under a
Pseudonym.
assumed name.
Pseudonym?
Yeah, well,
She-
we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
She doesn't like spotlight. And he says, "You there? What are you doing?" And
Do I hear him?
no, you don't.
Oh, okay.
And you can kind of like sense his
begins,
anger toward Talia. What is Talia doing? You're searching this area for loot.
Yeah, I'm probably just like looking at stuff. I'm sure there's a bunch of like fancy looking like instruments and jars and things that might be.
I suppose I should
pseudo-magical.
explain to the group what's going on. I quickly outline. Seems as though Thelon's spirit is trapped in this orb. He's speaking to me.
Talia raises her eyebrow.
How come we can't
You,
hear him?
you doing okay there, Elfwood?
Oh, come on, you guys know magic is real. Don't give me that.
Yeah, but wait, what?
What's
Thelon
he saying?
an orb?
Power. Like you got. There's no like. We came here in search of an orb of power, and I'm like, yeah, this orb's powerful. It has someone's soul in it. And you're like, oh, I don't know if that's real. This is
No,
real.
I mean,
I'm
like-
holding it. You can see it.
I know, but like, you tell me Thelon is this orb.
I don't know. His soul's in here. It seems like.
All right.
Can-
So you've in the midst of this. And by the way, just coming back, Talia, when he's like, "What are you doing?" You were opening a small chest with some silver nuggets. Wait, a small chest of silver nuggets near a crucible.
Crucible. Crucible's like a oven of some kind, right?
Oh,
for
yeah,
melting,
okay.
For
Yes,
melting
yes, yes.
metal in. So it's
Okay.
presumably so he can make like enchanted
Witches.
items.
Okay.
Also, a very large painting of both Thelon and his happy wife is in the very back.
This might be helpful.
Oh wow. It's kind of
Uh,
sweet.
On the wall at the foot of one of the coffins. Okay, so it's like on the right, kind of like the coffin's kind of like facing, parallel to you, and it's kind of like on the wall, kind of on the side wall. And a traveling spell book, of which the contents I've listed in the new spell book goal drive that I put up to keep track of all the spells, mostly because Tyler requested that perhaps you can just have like a shorter what of what each spell does.
Oh, thank you.
Because I think that could be very useful rather than having to scroll through a bunch of things. I think probably a shorter bit with like a pointing to the book is probably going to be more useful in play, like what page number it's found. And then when you cast it, you tell me what page number it's on, and I'll look it up. Anyways.
Anything else in the room, Sean, that we should know about? I mean, like Talia said, she was poking around. So.
Yeah. I asked if Thelon still needs his money.
And
I kind of give you like the no gesture,
Like, no, don't do it, or no, he doesn't need it?
no, like it's fine, like you take it.
Okay.
Although somehow he seems to be able to like sense what's going on.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Right, and what else is there? I don't know. He has like the coffin itself is sealed shut and doesn't look like it has a door. But he has like a fancy amulet with a sunburst symbol on that he's wearing, like Thelon, and a fancy robe. But you'd have to figure out how to open it. But he says, anyways, it's not important. What's important is getting to my wife. He says,
Hey, you in there, Thelon? I kind of like lean over and look into the coffin.
Of course I'm in there, but I'm not anymore. There's some mistake when I crafted the orb.
Are you the one who can hear him talk?
I was gonna say, it's only Elfwin that can hear him talk, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, technically only I can hear him talking.
He says,
that's okay.
He says, are you a magician?
No, I do have a magician with me, although I'm not sure he specializes in this sort of
Magician's
thing.
slave. Go, slave magician.
Give me to him. At once.
Just a second. I have one question before I do that. Do you have like need of your body anytime soon?
The fuck?
Are you planning to get back in there?
Honestly, when I died, or I guess, did I watch? I wasn't in the possession of anybody. No one was holding me while this coffin was constructed. So
Sounds dark.
Beware of the coffin. It might be trapped. Magically so.
I'll take that as a no. Here you go. I hand the orb to Tyler. He wants to talk
Whoa!
to you.
Hello, Orb.
It says, I am Thelon. And also, you are in the possession of an orb of power, Cabusier.
What?
You gained 30 levels.
Your memory
I
palace
gained
is increased by 1. You now have 2 on your memory palace. As long as you hold the orb. Also, feel free to change your goal to find Mailia.
To find the wife?
Find Thelon's wife.
Change my gold.
Being in possession of this orb exerts some level of psychic influence on those who hold it.
Yeah, the voice is talking to me.
Because you have some annoying ass talking in your ear all the time.
He says, and he's like, stop that man from opening the coffin. You have to see its effects before you do that.
Oh, hey guys, let's just take 5 on that coffin, all right? Let's just hold off on opening.
Yeah, I don't know where Roman ran off to. looking for treasure, hopefully. I mean, I'd want him to have a look at it before we try prying it open anyway.
Thelon's voice says, no, it's the wizard's job to look for it. Look at it. And he, I don't know. He doesn't.
All right,
I'm like pointing, but I'm GMing an orb. He's like, you look at it.
Okay, I'm looking at the. What am I looking at? The coffin?
He says, yes, the coffin.
All right, I'm looking at the. What should I look for? Like, what do I see? What actually? I'm asking. What do I see when I look at the coffin?
You see the coffin, but Thelon's voice like chortles, and he says, "No, not with your eyes, with your other sight."
Oh,
Ah.
he chortles.
Yeah. All right, I'll use my wizard sight to see into this coffin.
You don't really see into the coffin because wizard sight isn't really a thing. He says, "Do you know the spell supernal vision?"
I feel like I do. Yes,
Do you
I can see auras.
He says, "Do you have it memorized?"
I do.
Like, wait, do you? As an aside?
Wait, it's no. I have known and spellbook checked off. I haven't memorized. My
I
bad.
don't see it.
Yeah.
I had to scroll down to double check. These text boxes are massive.
Yeah.
Power.
I don't have it memorized.
in your memory palace for
Your
it now.
palace of memory.
So we could camp, and you could use a check. You use a check to memorize it, right, Sean?
Yeah, but Thelon
So
says if
we
it's
could camp, and you
if
can
it's-
memorize it.
and he says if it's required, I would suggest to use it from the book and seek out your mentor to put it back in the
We could do
book.
that too.
But
Good point.
and he says, but of course you can choose to memorize it if you so wish, just as long as you look for. Be careful with the body. I'm hoping to get it back.
So I'm just curious, when we see Corbusier interacting with his orb, does he look like he is being controlled to some level? Like, how much do we think, or does it appear to us
I
that
wasn't
he's
being
actually...
controlled.
I know, but I'm just asking how it looks like from the outside, right? Do we
I
see
mean, it looks like
him
he's talking
kind
to
of
the
being-
orb, presumably.
Yeah,
With
he's not,
both
like, kind of
hands
just,
holding
like,
it.
following instructions almost like an automaton.
I don't know.
I
It
didn't do
depends
that.
depends how Corbusier follows instructions. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's
I
up
guess
to Corbusier.
maybe I should ask Tyler then. Tyler, are you being kind of like, you're just going about doing random things and like look like you're obeying commands, or are you like actually interacting with the orb and talking?
I'm talking to the orb as a character. Are you gonna come up and ask me that, or are you gonna just be like, "Hey, are you?"
No,
okay?
Tyler's just observing you. I'm just curious if like you look like you're talking to it, or if it looks like you're being controlled by it.
Always feel free to tap me on the shoulder and say, "Hey, how are you, buddy?"
I'm not gonna touch someone who's touched a powerful artifact.
Oh, what? Well, I didn't.
Well, I'll
sneeze
tell you
on
what
it.
you can do, Talia. Why don't you start loading up that silver into your bag?
Okay. You tell Talia to fill up her bag. She has no
Yeah.
problems with this course of action.
I mean, my sack's full of silver already from this place. So
Oh yeah, so the silver is it's just like
eyes on the prize.
raw
Yeah,
silver ingots, and
I'm hoping we can get this coffin open so we can steal his clothes and.
I haven't
it is carried 2 or pack 5.
Okay, I have a
Nice.
large sack,
Nice.
so I can throw it out, but then I can't carry the large sack. This is a fatal flaw I
You
made in
can't?
designing my character. No, for some reason I thought I could carry a large sack and a greatsword, or like carry a large sack and have my greatsword put away. But like,
Oh
I
yeah,
can't-
you have to carry your greatsword in one of your hands. You can still
Oh,
do it.
your porter comes back, by the way.
I was gonna say you can just give the sack to the porter. He can carry a sack.
that works.
I think he carries one large sack of goods, right, Sean?
He has 2 hands that can carry a sack or
Right.
what have you.
Well, I guess he's good at laborer too, so he could in theory carry even more.
He's would help on labor tests, but he would not make those tests for you.
Oh, he wouldn't make them. Okay, so if one of us had to make a laborer test, we could get an extra die from them. That's fine.
Nice.
For now, yeah, just give him your large sack, and it's got 5 out of 6. If we find anything else valuable in here, we can.
The very fine and large ornate painting is pack 8.
Do we want to take the whole painting, or I mean, if we can like lug it out.
I
of
mean,
here,
I'd actually feel kind of bad, to be honest, taking the painting. It's like him and his wife.
I mean, if we're not going to take the painting, we could at least cut out like her image so we can use it, so that we can show it to people. Be like, we're looking for this person.
Actually,
And the spell book is pack 2.
Okay.
I already have 2 spell books, so I can't carry that. What is my pack for the orb if I'm going to take it with me, or am I just still holding it in my hands?
It is, I believe, 1 carry.
Yeah.
Oh, how big is the orb? I guess I didn't think about that.
Presumably, it's held or pack 1. I would imagine carried or pack 1.
I would imagine that's hand 1, carried 1, type magical gem. Yep.
I have nothing in my pocket, so I can keep them in my pocket.
Ooh, that's interesting. What are Thelon's wises? He might provide aid so long as you're doing his helping him.
Being in a pocket wise.
Yeah.
Is that a dead wizard in your pocket, or you're just happy to see me?
They don't have his Thelon's. They don't have stats for Thelon, but I'll give him a couple of wises.
He's wise to my.
The problem is, like, we could lug this painting out here. It'd probably be worth a decent chunk of change. But we could also just, like I said, slice out Mailia's portrait and show that to people so that we can. And if we slice it out to use it, like, the painting's not going to be worth anything after that, right? We've destroyed it. So.
Can we just take it out of the framing and roll it up?
I mean, I guess, but the painting itself isn't going to be worth much without the frame.
Well, we could use it as like a rug, maybe. I don't know.
Why would it not be worth anything without the frame?
The frame's probably like brass, and it's all fancy, probably.
I will say it is brass and fancy.
Yeah, like we're not like people aren't art lovers. Like, you know, it's like those ancient medieval paintings where the frame's bigger than the piece of art. It's just, you know.
Well, can we?
The frame's half of the battle, really.
Can we load it into the horses?
Again, like, we can do that. I'm just wondering what we should do. If we should lug that out of here, or if we should like use the painting to try and find Mailia, because that might be more useful to us.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just tell you how much it is.
You know what?
Think.
Let's not decide on it right now. Let's lug this thing out of here. It's what? Pack 8, you said, Sean?
It's pack 8, yeah. You need to labor it.
Yeah, so, but like I said, like, you know, like, I got labor.
Is anyone else, now that you've got the things that were obviously expensive, is anyone else, like, scavenging the workshop for anything in particular?
Well, I mean, I am looking for loot, so I will go back out. Well, I don't know if we were, like, kind of pseudo-moving
This is just like
a
a cursory look around, right? Like, if you want to, like, if we want to, like search in depth, you'd have to make a test. You know what I mean? That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I'm definitely going to try to search in depth then, because I want to search the workshop, and then there's also those bodies outside that we didn't have a chance.
We searched those.
I thought we just looked. Oh, did we? I thought there was a thing about.
I got a bunch of coins off of them, and there was a dagger and stuff.
Oh, okay. What was remember the roll for driving off the statue? I thought that was related to...
there is a roll. That's here. I need to roll that.
That's a good point.
Scholar.
Yeah, I should do this roll before we round things up.
Loot 150. There we go. Before you, I guess, need to search anything. What was its might? It was might 4?
I think it was 4.
If I recall.
Was it 4 or 5? I thought it might have been 5.
Now I'll have to look up the.
It seemed like it was 5 from the hunter test, but it seemed like it was 4 from the fight.
No, he had a fight. He had a 5 nature, but I believe he had a 4 might.
I see.
Fair enough.
That makes sense.
But let me look.
Because didn't he have a might advantage on? Yeah, he had a might advantage on us.
But I think it was only by
right?
1.
Right, and we're
might 4,
so that would make him might 4. Yeah.
So roll once on loot table 3. What does loot table 3 look like?
Full of powerful great swords.
All right. Well, since you're looting the room, Andrew, can you roll 2d6?
Yes, I can.
It's a magic weapon. I'm gonna make it a greatsword.
Oh, sick.
No, it's just gear.
Damn it.
Roll 3d6.
Okay.
11. Clothing. D6.
4.
Found a pair of shoes.
Hey.
Nice.
Is it regular
Anyone's
shoes?
shoes bad?
I don't
No.
think so. My boots are okay.
Yeah, my shoes are all good, but if anyone has a
I
bad
thought-
pair of shoes, now's the chance to try to change them out.
I could always like upgrade my drip. How do the shoes look?
Well, it says you have damaged shoes too.
Oh,
nice.
well then I guess I can just wear these shoes then. If no one's gonna
there you
wear
go.
them.
Yeah. Go
My
nuts.
shoes are fine.
Wow, I got the drip, fellas.
Got nice shoes now. Your shoes aren't shitty.
Yeah, I got nice shoes to go with my nice jacket, my nice hat, and this nice necklace. I'm just a walking treasure trove.
All right,
Uh,
back to the search.
All right. So who's?
Back-
Yeah. Back to the search. Are you searching? You're searching the room, right? For stuff that could be
Yes.
cool.
Yep.
All right. That sounds like a
I-
scavenger test then. Also, what
I
turn on the
will
grind are
leave.
we?
Oh, sorry.
You're on turn. I don't even know. I moved you. I didn't move myself. There we go. Or no, I did. I moved you guys away from the thing, and I moved myself away from it also. There we go. It's not turn 1. What turn is it? I have no idea. Turn 12. That sounds about right. All right. Yeah, it's gonna be a scavenger. It's gonna be Ob 4.
Okay.
3,
I
4,
am going
5,
to-
6, 7, 9, 10, 11. Right here.
I'm going to aid you with Ratwise. I'm going to tell you about all the hidden nooks and crannies that humans like to store their choicest morsels.
Oh, I like that. It's funny.
I mean, it does kind of sound like I want to eat it all, but, you know, it's not what you can do about that.
You're a strange elf. You're one strange
I know
elf.
lots about rats, okay? I was bitten by a rat and had a spiritual experience.
Our little rat boy.
Without rats know things about humans that are useful.
Yeah, that's how. Yeah, they bite you.
Scavenger is
You
a
do
health
that.
test, so you'd be rolling half your health. If you run it or roll a beginner's luck.
Scavengers. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep looking around. I'm looking for anything shiny.
If I were to, so this is a beginner's luck test, Sean. If I were to spend a fate to learn from it, would I get a health check or a scavenger check?
Neither, because you're aiding.
Oh, because I'm aiding, right? Of course, my bad.
Can I learn?
If you help,
Sure, I can.
if I
can
were
help.
helping, what would it be?
Whatever you're helping with, so it would be
Right,
a
okay.
health test.
Yeah, okay. So it's whatever you choose to help with, you spend that.
Yeah.
Wait, what would it be health this? I thought it would still be the skill.
No, because you would be learning the skill, but you're basically rolling half of your health, and
So
they're
you're rolling
helping.
health.
They're helping with the health, right?
Oh, I
That's
see.
what lets anyone help with, is because it's actually an ability roll.
Right. That's why
Oh.
everyone can help with beginner's luck tests, because you're not actually using that skill, right?
That being said, if you don't want to roll, 5 divided by 2, you could roll your nature. Is always an option without spending any persona or anything. But you'll be taxed by 1 if it's outside your nature, or by the margin of failure.
Okay, interesting.
Or no, only the margin of failure. You don't get taxed by 1. You're only taxed by 1 if you tap your nature and it's outside, not if you roll it in place of beginner's luck.
Oh, I see.
Sorry. At least that's how it was, I believe.
Okay.
You are choosing to learn it. It's independent. It's obstacle 4.
I'll help.
You're getting 1 help. You're getting 2 help.
I wish to learn from this too. I want to spend a fate.
Okay, it's going to be learning with health.
Oh, with health. Okay.
Yeah. Not going to be a scavenger test. Unless you have scavenger. You have scavenger?
I do not have scavenger.
Okay, yeah, no. I guess you could also technically use scout to help too, because you're looking for things.
Yeah, I'm a scouter.
Okay, so whatever you choose to help with.
I'll help you with the scout.
Okay, so when you mark that you're spending that fate, mark the pass or fail, whatever the result is from Talia. Because it's rolling. Are you spending a persona?
I'm debating it actually, because my goal is to extract all the loot. So like maybe I want to look really hard for it. But I'm trying to figure out if I tap my nature, does it whatchamacallit?
It will reduce your.
halved?
No, it won't be halved.
Okay, because it's saying 9, and I'm just confused if that's an error or not. But
No, persona and nature aren't halved like that.
okay. And then sorry. Yeah, for so I'll be taxed 1 nature, and then when we do the respite, all our nature comes back.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I want to be rich. So this is outside. Taxes nature. Okay, so I will spend a persona for that. I'm trying to think if I can use any of my traits for myself. But I don't want to stretch, so I won't. Okay. So that's everything.
So, unless Claflin's helping.
Sorry, what kind of check is it?
It's just he's doing a scavenger check, but it's beginner's luck, so he's rolling health. So if you don't have scavenger, you can help with health, scavenger, or scout.
I do have scout, so I can help.
Okay.
And I'm assuming you guys are just like looking through the various stuff.
Yeah. Just looking through the workshop. I'm checking into everything.
If I'm trying to learn, can I use the trait?
No, it's the traits would only be the person rolling.
Gotcha.
Relevant trait or not.
I'm actually tempted to use foolhardy for myself here. Okay, well, I'll say what I'm thinking of, and you can tell me if it's pushing it or not. So basically, I just imagine Talia being so reckless in the way that she's looking through the workshop that if there were any traps or there was any kind of like magical wards against thieves or people looking through the workshop, she would totally just run into them because she's basically like not even a care in the world, looking through everything, taking items, bringing them up to Corbusier with the orb and being like, does Thelon think this is valuable? I can literally like just totally being essentially just running into as many problems as she can. So she's just being very like foolish in what she's doing.
And this helps you.
It helps me because she's also being like incredibly fast at going through the whole place. So she's not pausing or hesitating to like do anything. She's just immediately like flipping everything over, checking everything, like nothing is being, there's no hesitation. So it's actually like, it's very good at looking through everything, but it's also very dangerous.
No, I'd say that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's more than fine.
Foolhardy is one of those fates that's really easy to describe as both positive and negative.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I'm being really efficient. You know, I'm not caring for my own safety. Or you can go it the other way. I'm like, I'm trying to go as fast as possible, so I'm not paying enough attention to something dangerous.
Yeah. Like
it's
if this was the
it's
role for
basically
being
the same
safe.
description, but you just flavor it however is useful to you in the moment.
No.
Which is, you know, it makes it a useful trait.
Yeah. Like I think if this was the role to be safe, I'd probably use it against myself. But if it's the role to look for stuff, okay. So is that everybody? All right. Let's get rich.
Ooh.
Oh my god. just made it.
Yeah, I'd say you find some powders and stuff. Maybe it's not like that rich, but you also so you find like basically pack 1 alchemist like powders,
Okay.
which can be used to, I guess, either stock your own alchemist workshop or use it as supplies or an alchemist test.
Excellent.
In addition, you find a note that says that the red moss, when fresh, some alchemists in town would buy it.
Ooh.
We're gonna be
Good
picking
to
some
know.
moss.
Do we even have any moss? Do we just scrape most of it away?
You did scrape most of it away. I'll say there's probably enough for... This is all on one wall, and you scraped just enough to reveal it. Probably a lot, too. There's probably a couple, the packs or whatever. It's pack 2 forever per dice, if you want to know. They're kind of like copper coins in that way. But
Okay.
it's up to me how much you're actually allowed to sell. They're not strictly worth gold, so I may only worth say like 1 or 2 dice worth of treasure max. But it's up to me. Depends how much you take.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we can give the alchemist powder. We can put the 6th slot in your sack, Talia.
Sure.
So we can go from there.
That works.
All right. Well, does everyone want to camp then? If everything else is done.
I think so. I just wanted to know, like, I just want to talk to Thelon a little bit more and ask, like, what is this? What do you want me to use
Everyone's
Wizard
hungry and
Sight for?
thirsty, by the way.
Okay.
It's because the grind. Now it's turn 13. And what would you say? What?
I just want to talk to Phelan more, just because.
It was the
I've
question.
been-
Sorry.
Oh, it's just, what do you want me to look for if I were to use my Wizard Sight to, look in the coffin?
Determine what kind of enchantment was placed on it.
Ah, okay, I can certainly do that.
All right.
Not to use the wizard sight. Being that you have the gift, you always have it. No, you must use the spell in order to see the aura of the magic. Use your sight to determine the kind of aura.
I will vibe check your corpse, sir. Count on me.
And come to think of it, check the orb as well.
It's gonna take
Alrighty.
over your mind.
All right.
You don't know this is happening, Talia. Don't say these things.
All right. Who wants to do what now? Are you camping? Are you?
Might as well. Yeah. We can
Uh,
actually get some use out of Thalia's cooking. That desire to learn cooking. Now that we're all hungry and thirsty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. You're camping in the dungeon. Y'all die. No, it's okay. No.
Wait, we're all hungry and thirsty.
Shit.
Yeah, because the grind just went.
hit. It's okay. If we're gonna camp now anyway, and Talia has not the instinct, but wants to train up cooking anyway.
I
So,
do, yeah.
so this is a good opportunity to do that. And that way we don't have to dip into our water supply. There is running water like in the next room over, but whatever.
Yeah. Okay, that works.
All right. You're just camping. You're not really setting up camp too much. You guys have checks. You are just gonna rest here. You fought. You won. Good. Seems everything is fine. I determine camp danger, and then I roll for the camp events found in the camp events referencing.
I think I can. What is it? How does it work going on watch again? Because I know when I'm doing watch,
You can do watch somehow, and it somehow does something.
I get a prevent a disaster for free.
Yeah.
I was looking into that. It looks like usually it takes a check. Oh, but it's only when I have no conditions except for fresh. So actually, I can't do that
Why?
because I'm hungry and thirsty.
Oh. Oh well.
So yeah, I'm not
You
sure
still set a
what the
watch
order.
though, right? Hold on, let me look it up.
Yeah, I can still take a watch. I just can't prevent disaster for free. I think. And I'm not. Yeah.
What
sorry,
the
I should
heck?
know this, but
Am I in the
I
right
can't remember
book?
what.
I'm in the right book. I totally
what doing
saw
watch
the
does
thing.
let me do.
Camp events Tuesday. Oh, I'm somehow getting my numbers mixed up. There we go. Somehow.
So yeah, so set, watch, or decide not. What does it even do?
Yeah, camping.
Magicians can't take watch if they are memorizing spells. Interesting.
Yeah, I remember looking into this, but I can't remember the exact order of operations.
So you basically decide whether or not you're gonna have a watch. Let me get the.
Here we go. Okay. Setting a watch grants +1 to the camp event roll. If more than one character is on watch, the others may help the test to avert disaster. Characters not on watch may not help. If you are on watch, you may not make recovery tests, memorize spells, or purify their immortal burden, but they may spend checks to make other tests in camp. If the result of the camp roll is a disaster, the watch may spend 1 check to avert the disaster in a test or conflict. If successful, the camp phase continues. If failed, the disaster ends camp.
Right.
So it seems like there's like basically everyone who could watch should, because everyone who's on watch can help the test.
Mm-hmm.
And only unless you have a reason not to, like for instance, in this instance, Tyler has a reason not to because he's a magician and maybe he wants to memorize the spell.
Right.
So unless you have a good reason not to, it seems like it would help to always set a watch.
Yeah. My only thinking is like, would it be like, if you get conditions during camp phase and then you want to try and recover them during camp phase, would it be better to not be on watch?
Is it even possible to get a condition during the camp phase?
Yeah, is a conditional failure if I decide to, for example, my go-to one is you stay up all night, you're exhausted,
Fair enough.
doing the thing you had said you were gonna do. If I deem that thing important, or if I want you to achieve that thing.
Still, I don't know. I think it's worth the risk because the more people are on watch, the more likely we'll be able to avoid disaster and actually get a camp. Because if disaster strikes,
So
that's even
you can
worse.
always go. Basically, what they're saying is you can always go on watch. If Talia was condition free, Talia would be able to not spend a check and would be able to try to avert disaster.
Right. The point is though, like, if more than one character is on watch, you can help the test to avoid disaster.
Yeah.
It just costs 1 check, no matter how many watchers there are.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is like, it only costs a check if there's a disaster. That's the other thing too.
Yeah.
If there's no disaster, then it doesn't matter. Okay,
Yeah.
so I will help with a watch.
Okay.
I will go on watch as well. I guess we can decide who makes the check later, depending on the disaster. So.
Okay. That's being said, I decided it is an ancient ruins, and I'm here at the table, but the table doesn't tell me how much you need to roll. Wait, there, camp roll. 3d6. You're in ancient ruins. I believe you get +1 because you set a watch.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll join that watch as well.
Okay.
I'll
I'll rule the
watch.
roll. Right?
I should probably do a watch as well since I can.
Okay. So all 3 of us will be on the watch, and
You only get the little +1 though, so it's 3d6 +1. Tell me the result.
11.
11. Safe camp.
Hey.
All right. Now, dark camp. You're probably burning. It's not dark camp. You probably just like set up. And there's probably like a fireplace here actually. Maybe we should give you another +1, but the 12 I think is also a safe camp. So now you use strategy and spend your checks, I guess, and use your instincts if you have them.
All right. Well, I got an instinct for camp. I'm gonna scrounge up some lamp oil.
All right, that sounds like a scavenger test. That is. Let me see. You're in a dungeon or you're in a ruin. I feel like this is more like a dungeon. Lamp oil seems common, and Or looking for cast off supplies. So up to.
Okay. I'm going to use Stoic for myself as I dutifully root through the many upended and destroyed things that Talia has left in her wake. A more impatient person would find this frustrating, but not me.
Nice. Or nice.
Ooh.
We'll say you
Let's
find
see.
2 uses of lamp oil, which is pack 1. So 2 little flasks, so you managed to scrounge up. I would normally say 1, but you're in like an alchemist shop, and of course he's gonna have some spare oil. Of course.
Kind of thing that you would have.
Of course.
So that's you. That was a instinct. So who has the checks, by the way? Tyler has 2, right? Or-
Tyler's 2 and I have 2, I suppose.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I have an instinct as well, which is when camping, hunt for food. So I think Talia's gonna set up some snares and go looking for frogs. Like try and catch rats, other like dungeon creatures.
Hey man, no need to get picky.
All
They're all
right.
God's
Are
creatures.
you? Okay. Yeah. I mean. You have this skill, right?
Yep. I have Hunter as a skill.
Setting up a Aaron something for small animal. Up to.
Okay. I don't want to use anything for myself. If we get any checks, we can't really use them the rest of the session. Like when we do respite,
You can't gain
like-
checks during camp phase.
oh, you can't gain checks during camp phase. Okay, that's good to know. Okay. And there's no purpose in me trying to save any checks here, because when we go to town, or should I? Do we want to
No.
actually save
Well, I
checks
mean,
we can?
yeah, no. There's not really any point.
Okay.
We have to spend any checks we have when we get to town on recovery rolls immediately.
Oh, okay. I see.
It's best to use your checks before you go to town.
Okay. Oh,
Because even if you're going to town to recover, then you probably want to do that in like the inn or whatever, right? Because you get bonuses to doing that. So
yeah, that's fair.
Oh, you
Okay.
could have helped him with Ratwise.
Oh yeah. That makes sense.
Anyways, I'm gonna say
Oh,
that
Or yeah, I didn't think.
do not find them. You
Okay.
spend like, in fact, spend so much time out and about that your cloak is ruined. Ruined cloak.
Oh damn. Okay.
And take that. No. I just wrote it that it's
Right.
ruined.
Okay.
So you can go fix it with like peasant or weaver.
Okay.
So so now that we have 6 checks. So what do we want to do with them? Unless anybody else has instincts.
Wait, we
now
have
would be a
6?
good
I thought we only had 4.
I have an instinct, which is to
Yeah,
learn cartography. But
No, that's your
I can
goal.
teach you-
Your instinct
Alright,
is
cool.
to manipulate people.
right. Sorry.
Do you have a camp instinct, Tyler?
I do. I wish to teach somebody who wants to learn something.
I want to learn cartography.
I was gonna say.
Well, there you go. Match made in heaven. Go for it.
I can teach you cartography because I want to spend most of today doing cartography.
All right. His current
See,
nature is
I'm
5.
I'm a pretty slow learner, so
His current nature is 5. So roll your mentor, for Bouzier, to teach him. Also, I think you've tried to mentor people in the past.
I have.
yeah,
I
he tried
failed.
once
It doesn't
before.
say that. It doesn't say anything. So you need at least one of those. Oh, that's a manipulator. Sorry. I'm ready.
I have mentor. Can I help him mentor me?
Oh yeah, you did fail. Yeah. No,
Could
you.
I
Yeah, help
mentor him,
me.
mentor?
Teach me to mentor, and then I can mentor you.
I'd say that is not a thing.
I'd like to
Ah.
aid with Lost Wives.
I think that's more than fine. Yeah.
I'm gonna say, hey, when you're making a map, be sure to avoid these common pitfalls, which will cause their users to get lost.
So wait, what is who's making the test?
So
I-
Corbusier is making a teaching test. You can only use mentor or cartographer to help, but you can aid with Wises
Oh,
is normal.
I see.
And I'm aiding with Lost Wives because that's relevant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have to use beginner's luck though.
Yeah.
For this, so that would be nature in half.
No, you just click on mentor and it does it for you. It says
Oh,
beginner's
okay.
luck total half. It's probably, since it's mentor, it's gonna be your will and halved.
Gotcha. Alright.
So your will was 4, and dividing into 2, you're getting 1 help. So it's 3. It's obstacle 5.
So wait, if he's doing it with beginner's luck, does that mean I can help with will?
You can help with will. I think you also do you have mentor?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you can just help with mentor also.
Okay.
Wait, so 2 people in this group have mentor already?
No,
pretty
I think only Talia does.
Oh,
I have mentor.
Okay.
Oh, you have mentor. Then yes, 2 people do.
what am I bothering learning it then? You guys teach people things.
good. Yeah.
Because you have a high skill. Once their skill gets high, you can't no longer teach them.
You're too into it. You're like, I can't explain this anymore. It's too intuitive to me.
Gotta have an instinct that you're teaching things. Come on. No.
No. They already have
doing
mentor.
it.
They can
So 2 people are helping then? Are you helping?
Yeah, I'd like to help with will and spend a fate to learn from it.
Okay.
I'll increase your will.
Yeah. And I'm just gonna like I'm just gonna like scream at Clafland. And like not like meanly, but just because I'm kind of this like loud, brash like fighter type, I'm just like, no, they're doing it wrong, like this way. Just like being really forceful. And like almost getting like almost kind of botching Corbusier's lesson, but also still like kind of stressing out what's his name? Sorry, Claflin. I keep forgetting your name. Claflin, and keeping him on task. So still helping, but like almost on the line of not helping.
Well,
If that
so
makes
you're
sense.
helping me. No one else is helping, or
I'm aiding you.
He's aiding you. That's why
Gotcha.
it's 2.
I tried, but apparently it's not allowed.
I don't think you can. I think technically maybe, but at the same time, no. I don't like it. You'd fail to
help
learn.
someone to teach you.
You're
Yeah.
too busy trying to focus
Interesting.
on drawing stuff in order and thinking that
I
Corbusier
could
knows
tell him
something.
what the best techniques for mentoring someone of my type. I'm an
No one knows
auditory
how to mentor
learner.
me better than me.
the reason why like I put in help or aid at 2 and like I'm rolling 3 still, like
Because help
like-
dice gets divided in half.
sorry, I'm an idiot.
So it's 6
Alrighty.
dice divided by half. 6 is
Okay, I will. You know what? I'm gonna use. Wait. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Alright, I think I'm ready to roll then. I'm probably gonna pop a fate like once if I ever get a 6.
here. Oh, you managed to do it.
Hey, I'm gonna.
Wait, no,
do that.
no. It's supposed to be opponent's dice. No, it's supposed to be an independent test. So it's 2 versus it's 2
5.
versus 5 still. Sorry.
Oh, so
I'm
versus
gonna roll
five.
2d6 because I can pop the fate.
Okay. 2d6 exclamation point. Three. You fail. Mark that you've attempted to mentor again.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm gonna mark it good.
sorry, Claflin's kind of dumb, as it turns out.
No, you're just set in your ways.
It's the
Laughlin,
same thing.
By
you know
nature,
you
people
can't.
are just like are like, I am what I am.
Laughlin, it takes a lot to admit that you're wrong.
All right, and Claflin, you spilled the ink, and your hands are all inky now.
Laughlin, that was my good ink.
You touch things. You need to like wash with soap somewhere, or like let it dry. You're leaving like little marks everywhere.
Claflin, please
Touch
do
that
not for the love.
painting.
Don't touch this map. Don't touch the map.
Don't
mean
touch
this map?
anything.
Right. What else we want to
Okay.
do? Do we want to cook Talia?
Yeah, I would love to cook if I could.
All right. And I seem to recall that whey bread is somewhat magical in that respect. So if I give give her a measure of whey bread, she can use it as though it were fresh rations for cooking.
That is true.
So yeah, here, this should be enough for you to make a meal for all of us.
Thank you. And I will try to make a meal for everyone in the party.
Cooking a meal for everyone in the party. I feel like this is a small group. I think I've once ruled it as a large group because I was like, a small group's 3 and a large group is more than 3. But I actually think a small group is the adventure size and a large group is for base camp. That's how I'm gonna rule it now. So if you want to like, so fresh food, it's gonna be up 2.
Okay. So I actually want to use a trait against myself here.
You can't gain traits for yourself. I mean, against yourself. You can't gain checks.
No, but can I still use a trait against myself?
You can, but you get no benefit because you can't get.
Because I need to fail to advance cook.
I honestly think you cannot.
No?
No.
Yeah.
Okay. I just have to fail organically?
I mean, it's an ob 2 test, and you have 2 cooks, so chances are you're gonna fail anyway.
Chances.
There's a 75% chance you're gonna fail, unless you. You know.
Oh
You know
my
what?
god.
Maybe I could like
Okay,
actively
okay.
impede you, like I just kick over the pot or something.
I fail.
You fail because you can't take me into account. Guy just walking around just kicking food off tables.
You're angry now, and everyone can cure hungry and thirsty.
Excellent.
Hooray!
You successfully made the meal, but it wasn't nearly as good as you're expecting, especially considering you're using this fancy whey bread to make like some sort of like, I guess, a porridge or something like that. But it doesn't taste right. Like, you remember the whey bread being really good. This is just it just upsets you. It's upsetting.
You see me like eating it, and like I'm pretending not to be disappointed, but I clearly am.
This makes me mad.
But everyone can cure hungry thirsty.
Okay.
Are we angry now though?
You're just looking at me.
No,
you can just,
only
tell that
those
I'm
who
thinking,
helped. But since Talia didn't choose to get any help because you want,
Well, she
Talia
wanted to
wanted
fail, so she didn't ask for any help. Yeah,
Yeah.
Talia, did you
I
set
wanted to
out
do it on
to?
my
that's
own.
good. You have cook 3 now, so this is good.
Yeah. It only advances when I go to town though, right?
no, it advances
immediately.
It advances
Oh, okay.
immediately. You only level when you go to town.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Leveling's different.
Except the only exception to this advancement rule is specifically resources. You can only advance once per town phase.
Oh, okay.
So there's still 3 checks remaining, and Andrew cannot make the test.
You know, this remind you. Know, what did you cook?
Or one, Andrew can't make a test right now, I guess.
Yeah. Well,
Use
we
like whey
wanted,
bread and. Oh god.
Tyler, we wanted you to do cartography and map the way out of this place
true.
and back to Crossroads Keep. So maybe
That's what I was going to do. I was going to spend 1 check doing cartography, and I wanted to spend another check like copying the maps. I think we still have parchment with us. We could sell this to people. At least not where
we each have our own. We each have our own. Oh, right. You wanted to make a copy. Okay, yeah. So then that leaves. Those are 2 checks, and there's only 1 more. Is there anything else anyone wanted to do? So I was thinking I could try and mend Talia's cloak with the last check.
I'm down with that.
since it got damaged. But if there's something else someone wants to do that they think might be more useful, I'm willing to hear it.
I also have a damaged helmet. I don't know if that's important or not. But
Oh, I could do that too, but I don't know.
yeah, that's
One thing
less.
at a
I'm
time.
less concerned about that. I also sorry, just to double check. Should I save, or should any of us save a check to recover in town, or is that included in the town phase?
You can't save checks.
Can't
You
save
can't.
checks. Okay.
I don't think so anyway. Right, Sean?
For what?
You can't save checks through camp. You have to use them all, right?
Yeah, they're cleared at the end of camp phase.
That's
Oh,
what-
okay. Yeah, never mind. Let's go nuts.
Don't worry, you'll be able to, like, we're going to town, so you know, and we have plenty of money, so you'll be able to recover
Okay.
when we go to town for the winter phase.
All right. So Tyler, you said you wanted to map the way back.
Yeah, I just wanted to map. Well, first I wanted to map like where we were. Trying to think of what haven't I mapped yet?
How
It's everything
big-
in blue we haven't mapped yet, right?
How big
Well,
of
we
an
did want
area?
to map the way back from here to Crossroads Keep.
That's pretty much what I wanted to do. I was just double checking if there's anywhere else. we
Like, let's
needed to
not,
map.
you know, go over the top here.
From here, like
Alright.
this location right here.
Yeah, like where
Yeah.
we're sitting, literally right now. Yes.
Okay, it's gonna be obstacle 4.
Ob 4 for cartography. Oh, okay.
Nope. It's gonna be a dungeon level slash. I guess. Well, technically, it's a whole dungeon, and then a few terrain features in addition.
Alright. Does anyone want to help me map the area? Give me some hot pointers and tips and tricks. Remind me of where we were.
I believe cartography is a wizard skill that your apprentice will help with.
Marcel, let me show you how a map is made.
He like gets a ruler out and he like puts it on you and he's like ready to try to help draw some straight lines wherever you tell him to.
Thank you. I need some. These lines have to be super straight. If they're
Ready
not
to
straight,
be a
people
ruler.
will think it's cobblestone.
And I can help with Pathfinder. Since I kind of
Oh,
let
you
the group
can
in
help
here.
with Pathfinder, right?
Right?
Yeah, I was just looking
Yeah.
at that. So I was trying to see if I could help with anything.
Pathfinder and Scholar. help.
Scholar.
Cartographer, yeah.
Yeah.
But I will help with Pathfinder. I remembered the way in here. I led us to the bottom of this thing, and I can remember the main terrain features that guided us to this place.
Does Thelon want to help? As I open my pocket.
Wait. You led the way into the complex, but I think I led the way to the complex, right?
Thelon will help. He wants you guys to get to Crossroads Keep, and he'll mention he'll kind of go over the layout because I think he's gonna be Thelon's Riftwise. I think is what is one of his wises probably. I think
Nice.
he's gonna have I think 3 wises, and I've decided that that's one of his wises.
Very cool. Thank you, Thelon. All right, and yeah, so that's 6 to 1.
Okay, wait. So sorry, just to double check. So, oh my god, why am I struggling with names? Alfwin, you led the search through here, but I led the search to here,
Okay,
right?
I'm helping.
Oh, okay.
I'm just describing how I'm
He's
helping.
describing the countryside and possibly some of the locations. And how are you doing?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out if I can help with Pathfinder as well.
Yeah, I mean you can.
Well, if you have the skill, but you just have to describe like what you're doing.
Yeah, it doesn't really. It's just for flavor. Like you don't really need
okay.
to worry
You
about
could
it.
do the same thing as in or slightly different. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, I
Alright.
wasn't sure if we had to like be completely separate and how we were.
If you want to say like, oh, that you're giving notes on the dungeon, I'm giving notes on the outside. That's perfectly fine. Yeah, I like that idea. Like we
Yeah.
trade off back and forth and like are like talking with each other about.
Yeah, you
Because we
you guys
noticed
are
on the
actually
way in.
just having a conversation about how you got here, and you're like as they're watching, and you're like having a conversation over, and you're like, oh yeah, remember that landmark? And be like, well, I don't remember it, but it must be there because you remembered it, and filling it in.
I like that idea.
I like
We're
that.
talking over their shoulders while they're marking things
Trying
down.
to write the map. Yeah.
I do like the idea that like I also like eventually want to make my own copy of the map. I want to train up cartographer eventually, and I like the idea that mine is just like a list of notes and like drawings of like animals and trees and things. It's just like a notebook, like someone's diary, and everyone looks at it, it's like, what the hell is this?
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah.
It makes perfect sense to me, of course.
Claflin, do you have Pathfinder? Are you able to help at all, or?
Or Scholar. Scholar also helps.
Yeah, I keep forgetting Scholar. Sorry.
But I do have Pathfinder, so I can't help. Yeah. And I don't have Scholar, but Pathfinder's good, so I'll help. I'll participate in our conversation.
Excellent.
All right, this is a pretty powerful roll already. Let's do this. Well, you are helping Cleflin, just to double check, just make sure I heard that right.
Yeah.
Wonderful. All right, let's do this.
Oof.
Ah. Damn.
Wow.
And how I want to just screw your eyes over.
That's
But I am going to screw your eyes over. Just less. You know, you spend a lot of time going over it, and you realize that you may have had like lunch or whatever, and you take your camp and rest in your ways, and you wake up, and you didn't have breakfast. Everyone's hungry and thirsty. Who helped? And also Corbusier. And you've mapped, and I'm gonna turn this all black, and I'm actually going to map all of this too. This is now black. I'm giving you extra because it was a hard roll.
Okay.
I'm giving you to Alderport.
Also the way to Aldenport? Okay, well, that's helpful.
In addition.
Well, not that hard to get there anyway, so it's a bit of a minor upgrade, but I'll take it.
And I marked this as a fail,
And
even though we have the map.
Did you map the area also south? Yeah, you did.
I mapped the way from Crossroads Keep to Crowthorn. That's why it's in gray.
Yeah, good.
And so I wrote it as a failure, even though like we have the map and we just have conditions.
Exactly.
What did I do? Why did I do that? Copy, paste. There we go. Okay, I'm just turning this all black. Okay, that is in fact inked onto the map. Very useful. There we go. Probably map. Here we go.
Nice. Now we can just instant transmission.
After camp phase, yep.
Yeah. Guys, it took a while, but we did it. We have a map.
All right.
Back to this area. Boop.
Okay.
That was one check. There's still 2 more checks. And everyone's hungry and thirsty again.
Yes. I guess Tyler said he wanted to make a copy of a map.
Can't do the action twice.
No, yeah, exactly. So I'm saying, like, I'm gonna try and repair the cloak now, unless someone else wants to do something.
I'm trying to think. Sean, would I be able to do cartography in town? Like, I can make it there, then sell it?
Yes, but making it there is going to be the respite phase, so winter is going to cost of living is double for every action you, or not double, but like plus one. You can, but it's just expensive.
Alrighty.
So since we're in camp, you might as well do it now.
I can't because I already did a cartography thing.
I know, but my point is okay, whatever.
Someone else needs to do a thing.
Sorry, Chris, I misheard. I apologize.
Yeah, I mean, like, I can do something now, and then you can do that next, but you can't do it right.
That's what I mean. Like, you do it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, I misheard. I mean, like, I couldn't do it again in camp phase. I'm like, oh.
Hold on, let me just look at something for a second. Yeah, it's weird. It's like I was trying to figure out if I can use my remember the ancient forms.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is it says the test must relate to your parents' or mentor's skill or the skills of your hometown. But yeah, so but like because but like that's only Pathfinder, healer, and the other hometown skill is mentor. So I don't think that can help.
What your remember the ancient forms?
Yeah. Your parents' skill is also based on your hometown, right?
Is that for like when you level, or
I don't think so necessarily.
is it a level benefit?
Yeah, level 3.
Remember the ancient forms. Use your remember nature when repairing or rebuilding an item or structure. Let's live your hometown. Yeah. It's healer, Pathfinder, or mentor? Is that it?
Yeah, I mean the problem is I guess that there's no real way that you can repair or something with those skills. Unless it's a relationship.
It's pretty meta.
Yeah, because your parents always have one of your hometown skills. Always.
Okay. What if I did that? I think I did that correctly.
And then so your parents and then your mentor, I guess, can have any other skill.
Yeah, but you chose healer.
But I chose healer. But I think that was the old rules. I think you had to use that. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
No, it's whatever skill you specialized in, and you specialized in healing.
Right. I'm just thinking like it's dumb because I should have chosen the other one, because that would have been more useful. But whatever.
That's why I don't have a mentor.
What was the other one?
The other one was it's like you can use your singing in place of healing, but I was like, well, that's just a waste because I spent all this time training up healing. My mentor is a healer, so like that would just be a waste of all my healing skill.
Yeah, it would be.
Why would I use healer if why would I use singing in place of healing if I already have trained up healer? So that's okay. It's just not going to be a very useful level.
I mean, it's just repairing or rebuilding an item or structure.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Mentor, healer, and Pathfinder. I guess Pathfinder, I could I don't know, maybe reconstruct a pathway to a place. That would be the only thing I could think of.
Make a pathway, yeah, maybe make a pathway easier permanently.
Yeah, maybe something like that. I could figure that out. But anyway, that's fine. I'll make it work. I was just looking at it and I was trying to think about it, but it's just an artifact of character being older than the version of the game we're playing, which is fine.
Yeah, if you build I guess the thing is rebuilding. If you rebuilt the hospital, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. There's arguments for lots of things that I could maybe make it work with, but that's fine. It won't work in this case.
Very situational.
I will just make a peasant test.
A peasant test to repair a cloak. Okay. I feel like that's probably peasant mending clothing, probably.
How do you help peasant?
Pardon?
How do you help peasant?
Peasant with labor and peasant. So mending clothes is ob 1.
I'm gonna use calm for myself as I patiently pull together the torn pieces with needle and thread, letting the small detailed work just like I said, be a calming influence. Is what you said, John?
Obstacle 1. I put it in the thing.
Yay!
I'm imagining that is your thing. So this is when, when you start to like bust out your things to copy the map, Tyler, the voice in your head is telling you, no, you have to memorize your spell.
Mhm.
That's right. I should memorize my spell.
It's controlling him.
It wants me to do it. Although I really want to be able to afford being in town, though.
I mean, we have a literal large sack full of money. Actually, we have 2 large sacks full of money. I think we'll be okay.
Possibly
Okay,
more if
that's-
you scrape off some moss.
Ooh.
Although, to be fair, you have a book with it in it, don't you?
A which?
What's in your book? Do you have the spell in one of your books?
Yeah, he has it. He can still cast it. It's perfectly.
You can
I
still just
could,
cast
yeah.
it from the book, and then if you go back to your mentor, you can just get it.
Yeah, but then
That
you'll need
is
a lot
true.
of you'll need a lot of cash in order to do it at home at town, I guess, unless he convinces his mentor to live. So then he would need a lot of checks if he convinces his mentor to live in the base camp,
Okay.
because he's not really.
I have to get checks for.
Yeah.
How many
So it
spells
co-
fit in a spell book again, Sean? I forget.
5 pages worth, and each.
and
and,
yes, and a level 1 spell is 1 page, a level 2 is 2, and so on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a new thing. So if you go to the Google Drive and you just click on it, I made a thing that says spell book. So it's cool. I don't know.
Excellent.
You can look at
I
it
like
if you
this.
want. It has basically Wizard's Aegis is just shield spell or force shield. Swarm is just like summon bees, or like maybe magic missile if you want to reflavor it, that like there are magical missiles that fly about. The Wisdom of the Sages speak language. Wayfinder's Friend is no direction. Supernal Vision is essentially identify or detect magic. Like both of those spells are the Supernal Vision. Mystic Porter is like a magical disc. I think there's like similar, just like Weird Lights is lights, and Lightness of Beings levitate. Destiny Heroes is different. It just increases your order might, and then Water Lung is breathe water. You only know some of these, and the ones you know are at the bottom. I don't know if you've clicked on it. Did you click on the link, Tyler?
I'm looking at it right now. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's 4 spellbooks. There's Corbusier's spellbook 1. Spellbook 2 is Elfwin's old spellbook. Mystic Porter, Destiny Heroes has on 2 pages, then Lightness of Being. And Cote has a wizard whose spellbook you found a long time ago and was in the possession of Elfwin, but then since he no longer has it, he kind of like gave it to you. It's probably either you have it or it's.
I think I think that spellbook was transferred over, and it's the spells that it would have had were in my spellbook.
But Destiny Heroes is level 2, so you couldn't possibly do that. So there's Wisdom of the Sages, Lightness of Being, and Weird Lights there. So you'd be missing 1 or you'd be missing 2 at most.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So his backpack has 3 spellbooks in it, and that's all. Right.
Yeah. And there's a 4th spellbook that Thelon's spellbook, if you look at, has Glimmercraft, Mystic Porter, and Nimbus Sigil. So Nimbus Sigil, I don't even know what that does.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. We don't have the time.
No,
Well,
but
I
he
can
could
put it
cast it. I don't know if you when you cast it like a scroll out of the book, can you cast it as a scroll, or is it just like a scroll, but you still need to know it? For example, he doesn't know Mystic Porter, but you have 2 copies of Mystic Porter. Maybe you want to use it to port stuff around.
Yeah, we use it for that big comically sized painting.
It's up to you, man.
I'd probably say it does work as a scroll, so you don't need to learn it. Glimmercraft, just you make a magical force like tools, like little like think Green Lantern's light, making little tools and like fake rope and stuff. And Nimbus Sigil does what?
I have it here as a numinous sigil.
Or numinous, whatever it is. I'll just it's probably like that because I can't type it and find it in the book because I'm probably misspelling it. Type sigil instead. Is it a level 2 spell? It might actually be a level 2 spell. And take 2 pages. It is a level 2 spell. It does take 2 pages.
Oh damn.
Oh my god, it's exactly this thing you said you wanted to do. you make a matrix, like a big sigil sign on anything you want. Wood, stone, glass, metal, living flesh, and you store a spell in it like a scroll, and then you choose the trigger that happens. For example, you want to scribe a giant thing in the base camp out of wood that grants someone the shield spell. When they're there, it would be like Ob 2. And then you must cast the spell into it, of course, which is, I guess would be free. And then you would, yeah.
That's incredible. We have to wait. I have to use this. I have to describe this as much as possible.
To learn a bunch, you had to describe as much as possible and learn it. Anyways, that's a really cool thing. Yeah, that's interesting. All right, let's actually on 2 pages then. Copy. Anyways, are you going to then copy your map and then cast, or and then either ignore Thelon or cast Supernatural Vision out of your spellbook, or are you going to memorize Supernatural Vision now and then cast it?
I'm just curious what the sequence of events we're gonna do. Are we gonna go back to go look at the, like, we're still in the dungeon right now, right?
Yep.
Okay. I think it would behoove me then to memorize Supernal Vision, just so I don't lose it.
Okay.
But I have no hard feelings of using and just going to go see my mentor. It's been a while since I've seen him. Trying to think, unless there's anything else no one wants to do.
No.
No.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
Okay. Well, in this case, my goal was not achieved today. I planned poorly. I'll memorize Supernal Vision. If the only reason I wanted to copy the map was just for money. I'm trying to think. That couldn't be like a. That could be like a jumping off point for something in town, would it? I'm trying to think. So we're just tying up loose ends today.
We're trying to. I kind of wanted, he isn't here, but we haven't made it back to town either. So by the time, I'm gonna text you as you're networking.
I mean, I think one thing that would be useful for you to do, Tyler, in town is to like condense your spell books, because you only have, how many spells do you even have?
I'm like 4.
You have
No, I have
9
4.
spells, and there's only one that's circles 2, right?
Yeah.
So he has a bunch of spells. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He has 6 spells that he knows. And he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Plus these 2 extras. So there's 12 spells he can. So he knows exactly half the amount of spells he has access to.
Right. My point is, though, like, you want to get all these into your spell book so that you can use them.
I honestly just realized too that you.
My point is, like, well, I mean, I guess technically if you have 10 spells and one of them is a Circles 2 spell, technically you do need all 3 spell books to be able to cast all the spells that you know.
Yeah.
Or to have them all in your spell book.
Yeah, I think I made a realization too when I was making this, is that like you can just use spell books like scrolls. Like,
Yeah, well, that's
could-
part of what
you
I'm
could-
saying is like you're not using your spells too much because you can only cast spells every so often. So it might be useful for you to like have like only 2 spell books on the go, like condense the ones you have down, like use up one of them and then get rid of it, so that you can just use the other 2 that have spells you actually want to use all the time.
oh,
That makes
If you
sense.
have
Like,
10
why
spells,
can't I
but
just?
You're only using like half a spell per session. Like that's a lot of spells that you're just not using.
I was
Yeah,
gonna actually
I
gonna
was-
do like the reverse and say like, oh, keep all the spells, but give like a spell book to like the porter of like utility spells that you use when you're not in danger, and use it as like a scroll case, and then like fill it up with those scroll case when you go to your like mentor. Of course, it would cost probably a bit of money, but because you need to have money to make those scribe tests or whatever in town. But
We'll see.
you can because like scrolls are normally like pack 1, so always spellbook is pack 2. So I think in the case of circles level third circle spells, spellbooks are better than scrolls to hold them. But anyways,
I was gonna say, is there anything stopping me from just ripping the pages out and putting them in the other book?
the pages themselves probably.
No.
You can scribe one to the other though. You can make a scholar test to do that.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
So are you? But that's again a check in camp or cost of living in personal business in town. So are you memorizing the spell?
Yeah, I'm gonna memorize the spell.
Okay, so how memorizing works in second edition. It's the first time you've done this. It's not no longer free. It costs a check. The ob is the circle level. So your supernal vision's a first circle spell in your spell book. That's the requirement. It's first circle, so it's gonna be ob 1 plus the number plus 1 for every other spell you currently have in your memory palace. So you currently have Wisdom of the Sages, I think, memorized. So it's gonna be ob 2 lore master test in order to memorize these spells.
Okay. I'm gonna do this a lore master with the ob 2.
Can I help?
I was gonna ask, can I get some help for this?
I would say I am not sure, but I think because technically it's about memorizing spells and you are on watch, we're busy.
Oh, okay.
I think that's. I think I would have let you, but I think that's it. But your apprentice is gonna help you.
Yeah. Marcel, you're always here. You're a good apprentice.
And
So I'm not used to having an apprentice yet, but
Thelon doesn't have any like particularly useful wise to memorize spells or lore mastery things. So.
He's an alchemist, not a wizard. I mean, he's a wizard, but he makes things. He doesn't really.
Yeah, I was gonna ask too, just to clarify, it's ob 2, but then an extra ob for each spell I wish to memorize.
No, it's ob 1, or so it's the obstacle of the circle. So it's obstacle supernatural vision 1. It's first circle for the first level 1 spell. So it's gonna be 1 plus 1 for every spell you have in your memory already. You have 1 spell in your memory. It's ob 2.
Okay. I can't memorize any other spells at the same time. I'm doing one at a time.
Well, you'd have to get rid of Wisdom of the Sages. And you can do that for free. At least another thing you could do. It's called, I think, I don't know, but it's like letting the magic in, like letting go of unraveling the knot. You remove spells from your memory palace by temerarious discharge. So you like let go of the magical energies into the ether. It's free and it costs. It's an obstacle. Doesn't cost a turn or a check.
I don't need to forget anything, so it's fine. If I think I have 1 spell slot left in my memory palace, so I can just memorize this one.
Okay.
It's all good. And I'm going to spend a persona for this because I really want to do this. Alright, go. I'm gonna pop a fate. Pop a fate. Ah!
Oh, damn. Brutal.
No. Although, I am now eligible for level 6 when we go into town. I'm very excited.
Oh, well.
It sucks though, I didn't memorize the spell.
Well, you don't know that. Just ask Sean.
John, did I memorize the spell or do I have like a headache?
Failure is not always failure. It's just
I
pain.
mean, it's always failure, but it just has different consequences than not
It's
doing
like-
what you want.
No.
It's not black and white, it's like
Sometimes.
gradation.
I'm gonna say yes, you did memorize a spell, but you were suffered from exhaustion because mental energies too much to sleep. You're trying to sleep,
Oh.
but all you're thinking about is the spells.
No, I'm just seeing like sigils and things flying past me as I dream.
Yeah. You go to
Do you
midnight.
guys ever have that dream where like the spells are falling out of your book?
Oh yeah, I know that one.
Yes.
All right, it's turn 1 on the thing. Oh, Steve just got it. It's like, cool, come on.
All right,
Cool.
cool.
Got internet? Nice.
Yeah. Join us. There we go. All right, turn 1 on adventure phase. Boop, 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 adventure time. What do we do?
All right.
What are we doing?
Well, if we want to get this painting out of here, we can. Can you use Mystic Porter, Tyler?
Yeah, I can use it. I got 2 of these. We can just burn one.
Yeah, I think they cast you cast them out of the spellbook. It burns them like a scroll, and I'm gonna rule that. What that means? It means it is a scroll. You can cast
Oh,
it
right.
by
If
like
it's the same process, you should just use the scroll rules. Yeah.
yeah, like if it's a similar process, it is a scroll.
But
Therefore, you don't need to learn it.
Scribe this back in because you already have it scribed in your other spell.
Yeah. All right. So you want to cast that then, Tyler?
Yeah, let's just do that.
Cool. Doing a lot of magic stuff today. Interesting.
Very, very good.
All right. Is there a page number that I need to go to? Do I have the thing open? Mystic Porter, page 187. It's
You just need op 1.
the Google thing. Probably will be ob 1. But I
So
like.
we just need the painting, right? Nothing else. Everything else we can just carry. Unless we want to, I guess you could make it bigger if you want to. If we want to get some inventories worth of that moss.
Actually, yeah, let's take some of that moss.
All right. Your choices are 8 inventory slots, 10 inventory slots, or 12 inventory slots.
Wow.
How much do you want to go? How much bigger?
Painting is 8.
Painting is 8. So if you want like 1 extra die of moss, treasure die worth of moss, it would be 10 inventory slots. Is that what you want?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, it's gonna be Ob2 Arcanist to cast the spell.
Okay.
The casting time is 1 turn. Ooh, it's no longer free. It's a turn on the grind.
Oh. Anybody else want to help me cast the spell or?
Casting the spell
don't think I
increases the time, by the way. It's another rule that I learned. I reread those rules. They've made it a lot harder.
What do you mean increases the time?
Increases the casting time. So it's casting spell is 1 turn on the grind now for this spell. If you get it helped, so your apprentice can help you but it's going to be 2 turns on the grind instead of just 1.
Oh,
really?
let's not do that. Actually, I don't want to
Yes.
do that.
Sorry, where is this rule?
It's in the helping on like the Arcana section of like other wizards helping.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
I reread the Arcana section. 89 is page 89. Memorizing spells, or really not. Spell libraries, spells. Wise, casting a spell. Helping with spells. So page 94.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
And of course, this doesn't matter for spells like Eldritch Darts or whatever, because you just use Fighter to help instead.
Right. Okay.
Oh, you can help with fighter in those cases?
Well, when it's like Eldritch Darts, right? Because it's like a fighting spell.
I see.
You fight.
I mean,
with-
I don't think it'd be a big deal for you to use 2 turns on the grind, Tyler. Like, why not? Like,
Yeah, especially for this.
we're just going to town, and that's going to be in like we're going on map, so it won't take long.
That is true. Good point.
it
Marcel,
says
get
the
over
Lore
here.
Master can help with Arcanist, but is that like that's not for spell casting, right? Or is it?
Pardon? Pardon? What did you say?
It says that like Lore Master can help with Arcanist, but that's not for actual spell casting, is it?
I don't think so.
Question.
Maybe. Wait a second.
Man. But I don't know if that help. Does that count as like? Would that be another person? Would that count for the same thing?
Where does it say that?
Like in the Arcanist skill section on page 161,
61?
skills that help like Arcanist. One of them is Lore Master.
I mean, I guess. What? I have no idea.
Yeah, it's just weird.
I'll say. I even know. I don't even know what that even means.
What do you mean?
Marcel, I'm glad you're here. Like a moonlight blade, you're always by my side.
I honestly don't even know what this means. So I'm gonna say.
It's fine.
I guess, but I think it will.
We should ask this on the forums.
Okay, yeah. Honestly, maybe not. Maybe casting a spell. Probably not. I don't know why you would use Arcanist in addition to Lore Master. Because you use Lore Master to like know things about magic. It's not the reverse.
Yeah, I don't know. It just says that Lore Master can help with Arcanist tests, but the only Arcanist tests I know that you do are for actually casting spells. And if it was something to know about magic, you would use Lore Master. So I don't know.
Anyway, yeah. So Marcel will help you then. You're doing 10 inventory slots.
Yeah.
Okay, it's gonna be obstacle 2, and Marcel will help.
Okay.
Will draw on his arcane energies to help you, making it an extra turn. You're exhausted. What does that do?
May not use instinct for free.
Oh yeah.
I did my instinct though, so it's fine.
And if we get into a conflict, it's -1 success to
Yeah.
disposition.
All right. Well, you've managed to craft a little silver disc thing that floats around and is kind of shimmering, and you now have a magical forklift centered on yourself
Epic.
that lasts for 4 turns. On turn 7.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, so update on Steed. he got someone to come over to fix his internet, and he is driving them home
Okay.
quickly.
Had to bring someone over, damn.
Yeah. Honestly, I have no idea what it was. Anyway, he said he'll join us if he can. Yeah, so you have enough to pack two slots worth of the moss, which is 1 treasure dice of moss, onto the disc, in addition to painting. Thelon is... Maybe he's not a little upset. He doesn't really care that you're packing his painting. He's giving you neutral vibes. He's come to terms with it.
Hey man, adventure don't come easy. Oh, but that reminds me, I'm gonna drink water from my water skin, so that I'm not hungry.
Hey, I will do the same.
I guess I should as
Yum,
well.
yum, yum,
That's
yum,
a good idea.
Okay, people are...
I think you guys shared your water with me before. If you want some of mine, you can have it. I think mine's still
No, it's
full.
okay. We got the Guinness.
You're also hungry and thirsty, Tyler.
Ah, well, I'm gonna drink. I have to drink water anyways.
Because it was the
It was the twist in camp.
camp twist that from... What? No, it wasn't the twist. It was a conditional success from the map.
Yeah. In which case, yeah, I'll just drink some water now, and I'm gonna mark it on my sheet as it's a wineskin. I don't know if I put wine or water in my wineskin.
Probably you had water. Can you just try that the skin has water? Probably. Or, yeah, just like skin empty or skin water now. You
Yeah,
probably can just
there you
write
go.
like M skin or E skin.
I just write skin and then I put in brackets what it has in it, either empty, water, or wine, so that I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, good call.
Alright. It's now turn 3. Packed away some of the goods of here. Thelon says, "So are you? He knows that you failed the lore master test to memorize, because the orb itself is what grants you the power to do that. Do you cast supernal vision out of your book then?"
I do, yeah. Wait, no, I cast it from my No, I memorized it, didn't I?
Oh yeah, you succeeded, and then what happened?
And then I was exhausted because I was
You're exhausted.
trying to sleep.
Right. Cool.
Yeah.
Casting time's free, so it doesn't cost a turn on the grind. It could last for 2 turns, or 1 turn, 2 turns, the whole phase, or a session.
I think I just need it for the next 5 minutes or so, just to get the proper aura from not only him but from his crypt.
Okay.
One thing I do want to do though is when I cast it, I'm gonna inspect it both, but I want to see if the aura changes if I put the orb close to the sarcophagus.
Okay. I'm gonna rule that is 2 turns because you wanted to inspect 2 things. So it's gonna be obstacle 3, Arcanist test.
Okay. Marcel, get over here.
This
I
is
need
no
help.
longer 1 turn on the. It's no longer 0. It's casting time is free. It's now going to cost a turn on the grind, which I'm going to mark, and he will help you. He says, "What do I do?" And he follows your instructions to the T. He's such a great little helper.
Yeah.
He's like,
And,
"Read this," and he starts reading it with you.
Thanks, dog.
He's like, "Here, follow this and make sure you're in rhythm to the chant."
Oh, you know what? Just because you said chant, you said chant right now. I'm gonna use a trait as a benefit. I'm gonna use extravagant, and we're gonna chant. We're gonna do a little dance as we cast the spell.
All right.
I'm gonna dance with this orb in my hand. Thelon, you're my partner. Let's do this.
Okay.
Ooga chaka.
That's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I like that. Mark that you
do
spent
it.
that trait, using the trait for yourself.
Oh yeah. Do it.
Nice.
Ah.
All right, yeah, your eyes go milky or go a different color or whatever you do. They glow. Who knows what they're doing? But your vision shifts to the other world, attuning to magical auras of enchanted items, creatures, places, and their presences. While in this state, you may use Lore Master to study magical auras and determine their purpose. Additionally, while under this effects, you gain +1 to enchant or arcanist tests, but suffer -1d to all tests requiring physical actions.
What was the last one?
Well, like for these next 2 turns, you get +1 to arcanist tests, but suffer -1d to all tests requiring physical action.
Oh,
And
okay,
you
that makes
may
sense.
choose to end this at any time. Doesn't. So,
Okay.
I said 2 turns because you can read the magics of the things, I guess. Just looking at the orb, it looks like it's very much an enchanting item. Oh, it glows. Oh, it glows. I'm gonna say it gives. This glows with bright silvery light. I'm gonna say it's a freaking torch level of light. This is bright. I didn't read the thing. I could tell you if you spend some time looking at that. I'd read you the orb, or if you want, you can look at the coffin. For free, looking at the coffin without looking at it. Yeah, it's definitely magical. Definitely some dark magic to that.
Ooh.
I guess the other things that are magical you can see within your sight. It's, Elfwin's bow, probably.
Mm.
Kind of like look through people's stuff, magical stuff. Well, Elfwin's bow definitely is magical. Yeah, no, that's it. Okay, so what do you study? Are you studying the coffin first, or him, and or the effects?
I was going to study the. Well, you said that like just having it open, like the Thelon is bright as hell, and I can see that the coffin is affected.
Oh,
by
Thelon's
dark
bright.
magic.
Thelon's bright like normally. I just forgot to mention that he is a torch.
Oh, okay, my bad. All right.
He is glowing.
All right,
He is a bright orb.
so when he's in my pocket, like I just have a bright ass pocket.
Yeah, basically. Although you probably
That is-
keep him in your hand, because he
will.
tells you to do that.
You know, I feel like Thelon would make a great ally if I can combine him with, my credential paper and be like, I'm Magic Cop. I have to stop you.
All right.
I like that.
Um.
I'm going to study the coffin first because that's what he wanted to have me check first.
Okay. Cool. It is going to be an Ob 3 Lore Master test.
Okay. Marcel, let's take a look at this coffin together.
Okay, he's gonna help you with Lore Master.
All right.
He's gonna ask for you to describe what you're seeing because he can't see it. But then with that, he's gonna like try to recall things that he knows like about magic.
Alpha, are you about?
Master as well?
Nice. Are you
I
Alpha?
will talk about what I've heard about magical ceiling enchantments.
Ceiling enchantments like the roof?
And I will spend a check to learn from this. Or spend a fate to learn from this, rather.
I think he means sealing, like SEAL.
No, I figured I'm just being a shit.
I'm just ignoring. I'm ignoring that pun because I despise all puns.
Okay.
I look at Alpha and I wink. Audible wink.
How dare you?
All right. That sounds
Talia
good.
eyes this whole scene suspiciously.
Whoop. That is not good. Did not expect that.
Alright, well, I'm just gonna make you both hungry and thirsty. Grind's hit.
Oh,
And now the grind hits. Now you're all angry as well. And everyone else
angry too.
everyone else
Crap.
who wasn't hungry and thirsty, or is now hungry and thirsty. So Matthias and Andrew are
That was a
now
waste of
hungry and thirsty.
water.
I can't
What's
use
the
my
waste?
traits now.
But
No.
I made you hungry and thirsty in order to give you the information. So while you're reading the coffin's aura under the effects, you see that it's dark magic. It's suffused with the necromantic magic intended to keep the person within in suspended animation. But the blow
Oh,
has damaged the coffin and broke the enchantments and been leaking it. Now just the tattered remains of this necromantic magic. Of course, it was designed to only open when the orb was broken, and despite being cracked, the coffin's locking enchantment holds fast. Without breaking the orb, it could be opened. It requires a spell. Or
Interesting.
an or a stonemason to break in. However, you must be careful to disturb the spell. The enchantment within could release its magics.
oh.
The spell would be the Rhyme of Opening. Just letting you guys know, it's the only opening spell in the game.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just
I'm not a wizard.
letting
No
the
magic.
viewers know if you are to seek out that spell, or you need a stonemason test in order to break it into it.
What's the name of the spell?
Rhyme of Opening would be the spell that you would require. Getting this knowledge, I'm gonna think Thelon knows this too, and he says, "Don't break the orb."
Won't break.
He's like, breaking the orb would send my consciousness back. And he's like looking at the body, which is now like kind of mummified a bit, and he's like,
Oh,
and I don't think I would survive.
I see.
Don't worry, I won't crack the orb. I won't crack you, Thelon. You're one tough egg to crack anyhow.
I must seek out my wife. She helped me craft the orb and was there when the enchantment that sent my consciousness into the orb.
And it's still only Kabuzi that can hear Thelon talking, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably look like a crazy person talking to Thelon.
Of course, feel free to
Or if-
just, you could say like, I reiterate to the group, and fine.
No, I'm just suspiciously.
I mean, we
watching.
know what.
Oh wait, Thelon has
familiar with it.
Thelon has a stat block. It's just not in this chapter. Let's see what wises he knows, and I could tell you.
All right, so that's one. I was gonna do a second one. I was going to examine Thelon's orb itself because he wanted me to check that out too.
Sure, yeah. I'm gonna say it's Ob 2. Lore
I'll
Master.
do. Okay. Alpha, you want to lend a hand with this, or are you hungry at all?
Pardon?
You want to help out?
So what
Wait,
are
what
you
is-
doing?
I'm doing another lore master test. I'm curious if you want to help me out again.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, I can help out.
He has alchemy wise, enchantment wise, and scheming wise. He's gonna use enchantment wise on this. I also
he is?
said he has Thelon's whatever rift wise, but since you were mapping, I don't
You
know.
passed or failed the last lore master test, by the way. I forgot to mark it down. That was fail, right?
He failed it, but did you spend a fate to learn from it before the roll?
No, I didn't.
Then you don't mark it down.
Okay, then I'm gonna spend a fate this time.
I'm not going to help. I don't want to risk getting exhausted.
That's a good call.
I'm still helping.
Your apprentice will help whenever asked, of course.
Oh yeah.
And Thelon will offer aid because he knows a thing or two about enchantments. Since he, helped craft this, he's a little unsure on what purpose the orb, like what went wrong, essentially.
Nice. And you're helping Claflin?
Yep.
Yay. Alright. I'm gonna hit it.
Excellent. Yeah, so the orb holds his consciousness, and he does, holding him, empowers you, gives you +1 memory palace, but it does offer him the ability to
Take you over.
take your spells away and put them away in order to hold you ransom. All your spells that you've memorized.
Hold me ransom?
Yeah, so that you can't
Oh,
cast
my
spells
surprise.
unless you do what he says.
Oh, what a surprise.
but
I mean, he's giving you an extra spell
he does
slot.
give you an extra
He's talking
spell
about his
slot.
That
fair
is
play.
no, that is true.
Of
He's
course,
just like, nah, you
Yeah,
don't do what I want.
damaging
Take it
him
away.
would transfer his spell over, and you're studying the effect, and it appears that this was on purpose. The transferring him into his consciousness, into the orb, was on purpose. There was no mistake. Thelon's a little confused because his wife helped him make this.
Ooh. That's
Oh,
interesting.
the plot
Oh.
thickens.
Melon, you love your wife. What
doesn't
didn't she
leave.
tell you about the orb?
He says he
I'd
just
love to find her and find out.
he kind of gives like a kind of like Well, anyways, let's find her.
Yeah,
Is
we'll have to
he
find her
has
and
much
find out.
to think about.
I stopped dancing as I learned these things, as I observed the coffin and the orb.
Oh yeah, by the way, as you know, as your eyes like go from milky to non-milky, both it's like harder to see because through the glass and through the necromantic enchantment, but both his robe and the amulet themselves are magical. And then
In the coffin?
in the coffin, with both with enchantments on them. And then your spell vanishes.
Ooh.
Right.
I'm internally debating whether or not to take his stuff.
You have
That's
to.
fair.
You need the spell to unlock the thing.
That is true. I just want to swipe it still.
Well,
Like,
you
Thelon,
can,
that's
yeah.
The spell
We have
or
to
a stonemason test.
I know. I'm just thinking, like, do I want Phelan's drip though?
Well, we can decide that later because we can't do it
Okay.
right now anyway, right?
Yeah.
So,
That's what I'm saying. It's internal. I'm not like asking guys like we should do it.
no, that's fine.
All right, let's great,
Well,
Rob.
let's head back to. If everyone's done, we can head back to Crossroads Keep.
Yep.
I think so.
Yeah.
The
Good idea.
Oh yeah. You have one more test and then the porter will vanish.
Yeah, so we should just go back to Crossroads Keep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Post haste.
Actually, shouldn't it be 2 more?
No, it lasts for 4 turns. It's now turn 6 because every
Right,
time
it costs 2.
it costs 2. Yeah. So after this turn, on turn 7. Oh wait, 2 plus
I'd say,
2.
like, there's only been 2 tests.
1, 2 is that but the Arcanist casts turns, right? So they got
Yeah, but like, oh right. The Arcanist cost a turn to do the spell. Right. Sorry, I forgot about that.
so the other spell, Arcanist
Yeah,
spell.
so yeah, let's just get back to time.
Then Lord
So
Master,
anything-
Lord Master. So that's 3. So one more.
All right, let's go.
So you go back to town because it's on map and everything's mapped out and you've gotten your stuff. Bloop.
Oh, I forgot to write this again. Did you pass her? Failed at Lore Master. You
He passed
failed.
it.
Oh, damn it.
Why?
So I wanted to. Never mind.
You wanted to fail on Lore Master. That's funny.
You know what? It was just like with anything in life. There's always chances to fail.
True.
It's fine. You still
Very true.
could learn from it if you spend it, you level. First things first, we do our stuff that we need to do in order to go to town. Which is on what page?
Can we only make one recovery condition test in town?
Depends where you stay.
Oh, okay.
So towns, page 97. Town events are 276. So I'm just gonna write that here for now. Town 97 events 264. Just writing it there because my memory's bad. All right, so 97. Let's do the town phase. If you have any checks, now is the time to spend them to make recovery tests.
None.
Fresh ration spoil, unless they're magical in some way.
Nope.
I roll on the town event on 264. The camp events, did I misread it? Probably just after the camp event. Come on. Yes, okay. 279. I did just misread it. I didn't read the right one, but enough. Town event. If you prayed at a shrine, you get a bonus. If you have steward, estimating the works and project settlement for the next town. So if you were to try to test steward in town now, next time you come, you'd gain a bonus. If you had a scald, you gain a bonus. If you had a cleric or thurge, as they're called, who is allied with the town's god church, you would also gain a bonus. All right, so then town event. This is a busy crossroads. All right, this is re-rolling, I believe 3d6 with no bonuses on busy crossroads.
11.
11. That seems like a safe. A bell tolls in the distance. Boo. It's lunchtime. All is well.
Okay. Excellent. What can happen?
What
Terrible,
can?
terrible thing.
I don't know. Like the
And
town
also a very good thing.
could be
depending on
bad.
what
You could get a gift. I don't know. Might be able
You
to
get
get
a
like a dog or like a horse is just randomly there, and you get them. The town could be on fire. Who knows?
Okay, interesting.
That's happened before. We showed up the town and the town was on fire and we had to leave.
I remember that. That was fun.
All right, so this is the winter session. So this is the respite. The respites. We'll do the town phase a little bit, and then we'll do
first
the
things first.
respite stuff.
We have to level up.
So you do level up. Let me look at the. You can look at it and tell me what you want. Otherwise, if you don't have access to the
Which book is it in?
books, it should be under the
In
Dungeoneer.
Dungeoneer's Handbook.
Have
Oh,
access
okay.
to it. I could just tell you.
I mean, I have it downloaded. I just wanted to. I keep forgetting what like this book is segment. This whole rule set is like in like $4. I keep forgetting what is
Yeah.
where.
I know. I can't wait for the books to actually be with me in person. I'll feel so good. I will kiss the book when it arrives. 'Cause I love Torchbearer. No, I don't know.
You should sanitize it first.
All right. You level up. Yes. No disaster. You level up. So, who leveled? I guess is the question.
I did.
Not moi. No.
I did.
Elfwin leveled,
Yep, I'm level 6.
and who else did?
Talia leveled.
Alia did. Corbusier, did you level?
I did level, yeah. I got it right under the wire.
a level 5? Oh, level 6 now. Oh, because your 5th
Yeah.
level thing was your apprentice.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, cool. What page is the leveling on? Levels 112. Alright. Who wants to do it first, I guess? We'll go with Corbusier, because I have it open. The level 6 is Magister. If helping another magician with Arcana, Enchanting, Lore, or Scholarship, you provide two dice instead of just 1. Or Unbridled Power. When you cast spells like Swarm, Balefire, Hammer of the Heavens, you are granted +1 success. However, such powerful cannot be easily contained. If you fail the cast or fail a versus test, you are temporarily afflicted with one of the following. Your skin or hair changes color for the remainder of the phase. Your eyes crackle with energy. Receiving a shock every time you touch something for 1d6 turns. Your shadow goes on a walkabout. Milk curdles and fresh rations rot in your presence. Which one do you want?
I really like the bottom one because I feel like I could have a lot of fun with just eyes crackling and my shadow just leaving. I don't know. Magister is pretty useful, but I'm trying to think. No, I feel like Unbridled Power is probably more up my alley because I probably need a lot more successes in tests.
Sure.
But at the same time, I do like helping others.
Yeah. It also gives you a thing to aim for, the Balefire or Hammer of Heaven spells.
Yeah. Also, Swarm. I gotta relearn that.
Gotta relearn that. That's fine. All right. So mark that you have Unbridled Power, on page 117 in your spell thing, I guess, and just write +1 success on Swarm in your level benefits. Who's next? Let's see. Alfwin.
Okay, I can choose between Prescient, the past becomes the future. Once per phase in a kill, capture, drive off, or battle conflict, you may swap out one of your unrevealed actions for a different one. You may do so at any point in the round before the opponent has revealed their opposing action.
Okay.
Or Grief. The toll of an immortal life manifests itself as a deep well of grief. Use your level as the base disposition instead of your will or health rating when engaged in conflicts involving tragedy, loss, or grief. In addition, if you write a belief or goal regarding tragedy, loss, or grief, all tests in service of assuaging your grieving heart are considered to be within your nature, even if your broken heart pushes you beyond the bounds of reason. I choose Grief.
Sound a little more excited about that one.
Yes.
That looks hilarious. That's great. Excellent news.
Oh, you're gonna be. There's gonna be a little bit of a twist in my in the type of beliefs and goals I'm setting for myself.
Oh yeah, I'm imagining.
Going forward. Something has changed in me in this winter period.
I'm thinking you're gonna be a lot more vengeful, but I don't know. That's just me.
I don't know about vengeful, but let me put it this way: I'm a little sad about the fact that the forest is still rotting out from the inside, and nobody wants to do anything about it.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, even the forest itself is sad. You sensed it on episode 1. So hurting your heart.
When the next season rolls around, we'll see. We'll see how that all pans out.
Right, and the warrior, you are now level 2.
Yes.
You have the option.
Mailia,
Between brawler and skirmisher. What is?
can you guess?
So brawlers, you're unarmed fight. You deal minus. You don't suffer the penalty. If disarmed, you can fight some more. Or skirmisher, when wearing leather armor or buff coat, roll an additional die to inflict a blow. If either comes up with success for that type of armor, you absorb 1 point of damage. You're gonna choose skirmisher, and eventually, or are you gonna choose brawler because you're gonna choose leather, or you're trying to get to plate, or are you gonna wear like a buff coat underneath that counts as leather all the time? And then
I'm choosing brawler
Okay.
because I want to punch things And because
okay.
it just fits my character. Like that time, like I don't know, I just see Talia like when she gets disarmed, she just is like, okay, like starts punching someone with her fists.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
fair. That's fair. I mean, because you said you wanted to learn other swords, so the only way to learn in the game is really to like use it. So and then basically use it, and then at the respite be like, oh, I gained sword wise because I used another sword the whole time, a different sword. So that's. I thought you were just gonna start carrying like a sword in your belt, as well as the broadsword in your hand.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. But no, I'm just going from a flavor angle, so
that's good. That's good.
it just feels correct. I'm gonna pick Brawler.
Excellent news. All right, that's great. You've leveled. Now we must cost a living tally. Can someone? Guess is there a loot section? There is a
I
loot
will
thing.
be right back. Just a quick bathroom break.
Yeah, I have 1D of silver coins. We've got 5 silver ingots and alchemist powders. I don't know if Corbusier wants to actually make use of those though.
Of which?
We have alchemist powders that we got from Thelon's workshop.
Ooh.
So you
That'd
could
be cool.
build them. You could build a workshop with those, or use them as supplies. I don't think you could sell them.
Oh, okay. Then
Yeah, they're not treasure, but they're loot. Nonetheless,
okay.
it's loot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, giving them to Corbusier for workshop, I think is a great use of them.
Okay. Your porter is now going to go back to
What
town.
was the door plate die value, Sean?
The door plate die value, I believe it was like 5 dice, but let me double check. It might be 3 dice. It is worth 5 dice.
Okay. And then you had 5 dice worth of silver.
Well, we've got yeah, if they're each, so I have 1D of silver coins, and then we have 5 pack of silver ingots. So
and those are, so what are those worth, Sean? The
They
ingots?
were worth 4 dice.
4 dice for
Four?
5?
4 dice for pack 5, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I
So
think
4
you
dice
could
each?
split them up because they're like pure silver and they're like essentially like coins in that way. There's like a big heavy thing of the large painting's worth 5 dice.
And
Yeah, there was a
does
signet
anybody else have any
ring.
worth
There,
anything?
I don't think I have anything else that's of value.
I have this glowing orb in my pocket.
the moss. I don't know. There's 2 small sacks filled with desiccated moss, but they weren't. It wasn't fresh. But the fresh moss you've gathered. Yes, it's still fresh. Does it still? I was like thinking, does it still glow? Because it lasts for like 3 turns, but I think that's fine. If it stopped glowing, you just go back and collect some more. It's worth 1 die for every pack 2 you brought.
Okay, so it's 1 die because we had pack 2.
Yeah, it is fine.
Okay. I've got all of the treasure marked down, how much we have. So we have 6, 10, 15, 22 dice worth of treasure all together.
Okay. I don't know if Steed will be back.
It's not bad.
He might be like still 15 minutes out.
Okay.
Letting you guys know. He might miss the whole session, but hopefully he's back for at least the respite. I'll say feel free to join once you get back. Still.
Okay. So all that said, that means we have about, well, if there's 5 of us, that means we have about 4 dice each.
1,
So
2, 3,
it's enough
4
for
dice
each
each?
of us to like have a place to stay and do a thing if we want.
Hmm.
Oh yeah. Does Talia have parents? I think I asked you this.
I do actually. That's a good point.
Okay. You gonna go stay at your parents' house?
Sure, I'd love to.
All right. Let's figure out how that works again. I forget. Okay. The relationships in town subheading. Relationship. One, two, one. Relationships in town. Your parents live in your hometown unless events dictate otherwise. They work at some trade. Is the same character's hometown skill? What was your hometown skill?
My hometown skill, I think, was cooking.
Oh,
Which is why my mum is a cook.
it says Haggler. Parents Bob the Haggler.
Yeah,
Oh.
Bob is my dad's a haggler, my mum's a cook.
Okay, so they're like one of them's more successful as the cook. We'll
yeah,
say.
exactly.
Well,
Well, I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, your parents collectively get one skill.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I must have.
That's
I
so
think I
American.
had
You
my
can
dad
flavor
was
them
like
however
a
you
merchant.
want, but
Like my mom's a baker, my dad is like the guy who sells everything.
annoying parents annoyingly have the same hometown trait as their progeny, so they are also
That would
probably
be
foolhardy.
Foolhardy. That's where I get it from. That's so cool.
Parents are busy trying to keep their heads down and above water. Parents are always privately worried about their child. All right, cool. That's awesome. When they visit them, they'll give you a room, and they'll give you board, and the only thing you pay is querulous glances and inquiries about stains on your undergarments, and perhaps they go digging in your pack whilst you're not
There's
looking.
some nosy parents.
Interesting.
Every parents does this if you visit them, because you're an adventurer who's basically a homeless person. Roll 1d6
1d6.
to see what your parents, because the first time you've been here.
6.
6. They are lavish. Oh my god, this is a hotel equivalent. I'm gonna write that down. Perhaps they work in a hotel, so you get to stay for free. I'm just gonna write hotel equivalent in like square brackets.
yeah, the baking business is taking off.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay in the flop house.
I misspelled equivalent. There we go. Hotel equivalent. You get enter play mode. There, it says it. Look, your parents.
Excellent.
So when you stay at their house, it functions as an hotel. That's possibly the best
Okay.
thing that could have happened, because you get free. I think you get free food. Let's look at the hotel.
Oh wow.
So the hotel is you're getting basically a cost of living 3 for free.
Okay. Jesus.
Your recovery tests, you get 2 of them for free.
Okay.
Additional recovery test is 1 to 2, but it's +1. So you hungry and thirsty goes away if you're hungry and thirsty.
Okay.
Actually, we'll go to this here. That's the thing. So that goes away because you're just staying with them. Boom. Don't need to worry.
Yay.
You're afraid. You're exhausted if you have it. It goes away. And you get to make a test for afraid and angry.
Oh, okay.
So you can test to that for free.
Okay. I will definitely make a test to try and get rid of angry. What can I do to help this test? Cloak doesn't help with it, right?
Cloak doesn't help. You could drink. Good.
Oh, okay. Can I drink?
You have wine?
I don't have wine. Can I buy it though?
Are you gonna go buy wine?
I think I will if I can.
Okay. Are you gonna go to the? Are you gonna buy wine from the market, or are you gonna go to like the tavern and buy wine?
What's the difference, I guess? Or just thematically?
Thematically, is you
I
just
mean,
buy the wine and you be able to drink it, and you make the test at home. If you go to the tavern and you drink there, you can. I think if you buy stuff at the tavern or
Yeah.
something.
I imagine I was gonna go buy it and bring it home.
Okay.
That's how I was.
I think it's one, but I'm not sure.
I mean, we can do that when we go to, like, when we go to the market. That's one of the things we can buy, right? So. Oh, apparently you can stay with your friend if they
Yeah.
reside in the town.
Yeah. Your friend stays in this town.
I was gonna say, do they?
Doesn't he? I mean, he lived here. He's a ranger.
I'm just wondering if he's an adventuring friend or a town friend.
Oh, he might actually be an adventuring friend because he's a ranger also.
Yeah, that's what I thought. If you do run into them, you get a free test to recover from the angry or afraid, no matter where they are. But
Oh, that's interesting. I should remember to on some twists. I'll just be like, "Your friend comes."
yeah, if your friend shows up wherever you happen to be, my mentor is in town though, so I might go see him and train up my skill.
I'm just letting my dog go to the washroom. So just everyone else,
Yeah.
write your accommodations where you're staying in the chat, as well as just saying out loud for this stream.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm staying at the flop house.
Okay.
I don't think my friend or lover is here, so I'll probably stay in the flop house.
Clubhouse for me too.
Let's get bunk beds.
All right, I see all those things in there. Of course, you need to cure your hungry, thirsty. Also,
I mean, I don't have to.
well, in order to make the free test or whatever to cure angry, you have to do
Okay.
your order. Of course, again, this is cost of living's always +1 now, because this is the winter phase. So Flophouse is cost of living is +2.
Yes.
You get to try to recover from Flophouse. You get to recover from angry or afraid or exhausted or injured. One of those. As long as you're not hungry and thirsty.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. We have 22 dice. So that's only 4 for each of us, I guess I don't know how to factor Steed into this.
Well, if he doesn't show up by the time we're talking about the winter stuff, he's gonna miss the session. Except he'll join the respite stuff so that we could do that. If he misses that session, well, he doesn't age a year. No, I don't know.
Well, I don't know exactly what, like, if we're doing the town phase right now, like we can only really spend 4 each if we want to be safe. So keep that in mind when you're buying stuff. Except we can spend 4 each, and then 2 of us can spend 5, and that's all the treasure we have.
Right.
Of course, Andrew has a bonus dice too, because hometown.
That's true.
Yeah.
But I mean, like I said. All right. Well, in that case, I mean, I'm just gonna try and heal my 2 things, and that's all I'm gonna do because that's all I can afford to do.
I'm just looking up mechanically. I know there's a well in town, but mechanically, do you only have access to that
mechanically, that doesn't work until you leave.
Yeah.
Like, if you leave and you're still hungry and thirsty, you're not anymore. But that's okay. The tavern, like you just go to the tavern and here. That's fine.
Worries away.
All right, so you're going to the tavern and drinking?
I guess so. We gotta cure hungry and thirsty. And they're angry, right? Yeah. I feel like Cameron will do all of those.
It might.
So drinking is +1 per drink. But it's again +1 per stuff, just because it's winter phase.
Yes, so it's +2.
It's +2. The first drink's removes hungry and thirsty.
Yep.
And also earns you a roll on the tavern rumors table.
I will roll on the tavern rumors table.
Where is the tavern rumor table? Where the heck is that table?
Oh table, oh table. Wherefore art thou?
Probably like in the back of the chapter.
And yeah, the town event.
278, 279. Town events. Fashion, remote village, wizard tower, tavern rumors. Who wants to roll? 3d6 for rumor. I guess whoever.
I'll do it.
There's 3 of you.
No, that's fine. I'll do it.
Well, you roll for
Are we
yourself.
all going for the tavern? Or
Yeah, everyone except Angie's going to the tavern.
what? Okay, so we have to roll 3 times.
Yeah, but so one of each of you will roll a thing because you buy a drink and you get it, right?
That's hilarious.
And Elfwin or Claflin.
Yep.
You're going to the tavern.
Yep.
You're rolling the 3d6 to the rumor that you hear.
Yes, I am.
$13.
No. It's not bad.
It's not bad.
Okay. Let me look at your character for a second. Oh yeah, okay. We'll start with Claflin. You hear a rumor that 2 teachers from Elfheim have been captured by dwarves. Some sort of penance, perhaps? Revenge? I don't know. It seems to strangely fit the details of your parents, their livelihoods, and an entirely credible calamity has befallen them. Being captured by dwarves because someone is seeking revenge.
Wait, sorry, who?
Claflin's parents. He wrote them that they're teachers. So 2 teachers from Elfwin or Elfhome, or what is it? Elfheim. Elfheim. They traveled to Crossroads Keep, and like last season, they were captured by some dwarves and taken north into the mountains. Some strange, something about swearing vengeance and the deaths of many dwarves were on their hands, or at least their progeny's hands. I don't know. There's a little like here, like they don't people don't want to give too much because you're speaking of an elf. They're just being like, this is the last time I've seen an elf sort of thing, and they don't want to be too like upfront about it. They're kind of cagey. Corbusier. Job offer.
Oh, what?
You meet people. They're looking for a short-term muscle. I choose one. Right, yeah. You are offered a job to travel west along the road. It's not the King's Road. I can't remember what that called it. Unnamed. But to travel west because kobolds have been abandoning and making the trip through the kind of red desert to the Soulhold and Lord Melik's manse. Very treacherous. So you're tasked with driving them off, and they would pay you. Probably the local nobility trying to pay someone to do some things. It's probably like the offer's probably gold for every member of your party who goes, or
Hey, very cool.
probably something like that. And
This would be something I can do over the winter phase, or?
no, this would be something you do in the spring. Come the spring.
Oh, okay.
And appearance. Elfwin. Who's your friend's name again?
Torsten.
What? Sorry?
Torsten.
Torsten?
Torsten.
Looking at your thing. Torsten. Or Torsten. Yes, okay. Torsten. Torsten comes, he's bedraggled and whatever, and it looks like his cloak is on fire a bit. Like has
fire.
been on fire like recently. That's what I meant to say.
Wow.
He bursts into the tavern with an incredible tale to tell. He says that while he was, investigating the forest like, everyone does in this time, that he went to the cathedral, snuck inside. He's most assuredly assured that the leader of the cathedral is some sort of undead monster sucking the life force out of his constituents. Perhaps he heard him talking to himself that he was responsible for the fires, but since a group of adventurers have entrusted him with some liquid from the font of plenty, that he corrupted it and was able to achieve a form of immortality. Of course, he thinks he sent those adventurers to their deaths on some fool's errand, Alderport. But he thinks that you are those adventurers, and he seeks your help to avenge the forest and drive out this undead monster.
You'll have it. And I clasp his hand and toast to his health.
Yay!
I swear
Bro.
to you, that
You get a
I
free
will
test.
I will not rest until the evil has been defeated.
You get a free test from your friend.
I think so. A free test to heal from angry or afraid.
Yeah, and also everyone's healed their hungry, thirsty, because of course you drank.
All right, so I'll make the will test now. I succeed. The fiery spirit of comradeship has assuaged my anger.
That's good.
Excellent. He laughs, and you spend some time in the tavern and joke and whatever. Hand wave the session away a little bit.
That's fine.
Just because you're not supposed to like focus in too much on the town phase a little bit. It's supposed to be more like broad strokes.
All right, so collectively we've spent 12. Actually, is it still free if you stay with your parents in the winter, or is it +1, so it's 1?
It's probably 1, I think.
Okay, so we spent 13 out of our 22 so far.
Well, we still have, we could still fail, right? That's the thing. I'm just trying to remember how it works.
So if you fail, but you have the margin of failure in treasure dice,
I see.
You are not taxed.
I see. So
it's fine if you push it over the amount of treasure we have by a couple dice, but usually you don't want much more than that, unless you're planning on failing, in which case you can push it a lot further.
Right. Okay. Because I wanted. So we test resources even if we're not pushing it over that?
You always test resources.
Okay.
You always.
When you leave town.
Because you succeed, right? It's like a skill, any skill. You want to pass in order to advance resources, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have resources 1, you want to pass. Did you want to... Because Talia, you want to go buy wine in order to get that bonus dice to you're angry. So you can go do that now, I suppose. Which item are you spending?
Well, I do have silver coins in my pocket. So maybe just those.
I think you get a bonus. Or is that only the resource bonus only when you're level 3? What is the resource hometown bonuses? What is that?
You get that at level 0. Level 3 is circles.
Okay. So your hometown, you know people. Right, looking up wine, ob 1. You get +1, and then you'd also get your resource test +1 for your hometown, plus your treasure die.
Hometown. Then I guess that would be.
You could just give yourself a +1d.
Gear supplies. I'll do that.
Yep.
So versus ob 1.
Yep.
Okay.
Success. Mark success. Or wait, was it? Oh, then I rolled yours. How did I roll it? I didn't click the roll. I think my thing is being very slow. Sorry.
Okay. No, that's fine.
You spent 1 silver.
Right. So that silver goes away when I do that roll?
Yeah. So we don't have it to use for our rolls to leave town, basically. But that's
okay. Okay. Gotcha.
Your resources is now 2, which is great.
Yay.
And are you making your free recovery test from angry with your bonus dice?
Sure. I'll do that.
Does going to the market cost 1 as well in the winter, Sean?
No, I think going to the market's always free.
Okay.
So it's
trying to keep track of what everything costs.
+1 +2. Ooh.
I believe, I know it says everything costs +1, but the markets doesn't have a cost of living, or it shouldn't, I think, personally. Okay. So recovering from angry is obstacle 2.
And then the wine just gives me 1d.
Yep.
Okay.
Just made it. Great.
Yay.
Click. Tyler.
Alrighty.
You stayed at the flop house, I believe. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
swamp house is on fire. No, it's not.
You had me there. I was ready.
And hold on a sec. What's going on? I'm trying to get to the town page. Town 97. I wrote that down for a reason. Thank you. Past me. I did a good thing. Okay. The Flophouse lets you do one test for free.
Yeah. And you can spend one more dice to take another one if you want.
You can try to recover your angry. Now,
I would honestly like to recover some of my.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We
ailments.
focus on recovering these
Fair.
things first before
Yeah.
we do other things in town. And then whatever else we can do is great, you know. But if we can't, then at least we got our conditions taken care of. That's the most important
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
For sure. I'm going to do that. I'm going to cure anger. Anger time.
okay, it's obstacle 2 will.
Marcel, I need to hold my hand.
He doesn't help. You cover you by yourself when you make recovery tests.
I know.
But you did not need him, or your force of will is strong.
Excellent.
Yes.
Alright, are you recovering, paying +1 in order to recover from
You
exhausted?
Sorry, my headphones just died. Just a second.
So he just
There
has
we
to
go.
pay to recover from exhaustion?
No, he pays and then tries to make the test.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see.
Pay for the
Yeah,
privilege of trying
I'm
again.
getting it now.
Pay
You
for the-
absolutely should.
You
Yeah.
pay for the privilege.
Mm.
I would love to try and cure exhausted now.
Okay, obstacle 3 health test.
Ooh. Ooh. Marcel, I really need your help with this.
Marcel, come on. Apply
Doesn't
ointment
that-
to my body.
Ooh, you fail,
I'm
unfortunately.
gonna pop a fate though,
Ooh, you have fate.
because I have one last one. Maybe this will work.
Like 1 in 12 chance. Ooh,
Oh, so close.
so close.
Ah!
Oh, wow.
But wait, I got another 6. Can't I do it again?
Hey, that's what the exclamation mark does.
Automatically.
Oh,
Oh, is that
damn.
the
I'm still tired.
That's okay.
That's fine. Close though.
I can't leave town fresh though.
Mhm.
Well, it's all right. We're not very good at keeping fresh anyway.
That's true. It's something to strive for.
I mean, we could do it, but it would involve like you got to be clinical to survive that. You got to make three checks, then go back to camp, and then
So-
do that every single time.
No, I think
No, I
you,
know, I
I
just
think
thought- I
literally
thought
you need to do
you
like
needed
one
practice.
thing and then try go back, because going back will usually cost a check if you're like adventuring in the wilderness, or potentially could cost like a dungeoneering check, and then try map it. You have to gain like one check on that check. Like it's just like it just seems
No, I mean,
ridiculous.
you
Yeah,
can do 2 things and then go back, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess
I know,
depending what
you're
those two
looking at
things
it
are.
as
Well, and then you have to establish a camp, which is another check.
Yeah, no, I know. It's. I'm not saying it's reasonable. I'm saying like it's the same mentality as I take my car in every week to get detail for the fresh detailed scent.
Yeah, it's not that hard. Like you can do it. It's just you make 2 checks and then you either set camp or return to your camp, and then you keep doing that
Oh,
forever.
for sure.
And on both of the checks that you make, you need to be using traits against yourself so that you have checks to use in camp.
Yeah,
And you got to be really clinical about that. And if you can do that for a very long time, like it's possible. But
That
then
doesn't
there's
sound
usually
fun,
be
though.
and then well no it's fine. Like it's just it doesn't really fit with our style, so I usually don't try to insist on it.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't seem fun. That's probably why I don't do that. Because I just like seeing how long I can keep fresh. In general.
well,
The
since
answer
you guys are like chose to be jug adventurers, essentially, yeah, it doesn't.
Jug adventures?
That's
doesn't
the other thing
fit.
too. We have the jug, so like that's another way of doing it. It allows us to stay out for a lot longer and do a lot more because we just have the jug.
All right, are you guys doing anything else, or are we doing the rest of the respite thing now?
Well, how much money have we spent?
What was the?
Okay,
what
so
was
hold on.
what
So
was the
right
resist-
now,
Sorry, go ahead.
we're still like we can still afford to do some other things because we only have spent 14 dice.
I don't recall what the result of the in roll was. Did
You mean-
You were just
Like,
hungry
when
and
you all
thirsty.
got the
You didn't have a roll. Or yours?
No,
you
I
made
did,
a
yeah,
roll.
yeah. I did, yeah, because I was hungry and thirsty and angry.
13. That was the.
But that was his parents are gone. He still needs to make his flophouse roll.
Oh yeah, there we go. I knew I was
Why is he
hungry.
made a flop post roll? Wasn't he just hungry and thirsty, or was he also angry?
I think I was also angry. Because I also assisted, and so everyone who helped got angry.
Okay, I just probably forgot to mark it, or I took it away prematurely. Okay. Make
So
your.
is it a 3d6 as well?
You're hungry and thirsty. No one can assist you. But I'll say you can gain a +1 die from drinking.
So what kind of roll is it?
It's just a will. It says so right by the condition, right? It says will to ob2.
So,
Ob2 +1 die.
Modifier. Oh, okay, that works too. Cool. And it's independent. Okay.
Succeed.
Yay.
Excellent.
Hungry and thirsty. There we go. And angry as well. Okay.
Excellent. Oh yeah, I write down that your parents were captured.
Yeah, so the thing I'm thinking is probably as it is right now. Tyler's got an OB5 resources test when he leaves town. I don't know what your resources is, Tyler. It's 2?
No, it's probably higher than that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 2.
Yeah.
Oh,
So, you're probably gonna fail.
I think
So
that's fine.
you should probably if you want to do anything else, we'll need to give you. And Mateus, likewise, your resources is quite low, right?
My resources is non-existent.
Yeah.
No,
so
I
I'm thinking
have one.
we should definitely make sure you can. What is your resources actually at?
It's 1.
I think it's 1.
Oh, okay, so do you need a pass to?
No,
advance?
he has that pass. It advances.
I was gonna say,
It looks
yeah.
like it's 2 now. It said he
okay.
had 1 pass in it, so.
Okay, so then we'll probably get you your fail too, but we'll just cover your expenses. I'm thinking I might try and get a pass with the rest of the treasure, because I've got resources 3 and I've spent 4 dice. So if I get a pass, that might be useful. And Andrew, I don't know, if there's anything else you want to do in town.
I mean, I could try to buy items, but I don't know if that's necessary for the team.
Oh, if you need to buy
what's-
anything, you should buy them because you're the hometown person, right?
Yeah, and what's your resources? Your resources is 1 now?
2 now.
Oh, it's 2 now. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, we can still, just to cover our expenses, we have enough still, just to cover us.
Okay.
Let me see. Hold on. 5, 4. Yeah. Right now I've got 5 dice of treasure by 3, so I've got 8 dice for a 4G test. So chances are I'll succeed at that. But if I have any extra treasure, that would be useful, so I could succeed. Mateus and Tyler are going to fail, but they have enough treasure so that it won't matter. They'll be fine. And then that leaves us with 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dice of treasure still. So that's still quite a lot.
7 dice of treasure. Yeah, because I mean, I've kind of wanted plate armor for a while, but I'm not sure if it's.
Well, what does it cost? 'Cause
It's
it might
up
be the time to
4.
buy it.
Yeah, it's up 4.
Hold on a second.
Yeah,
Let me
I
look at the scholars, or not the lore master guide, because plate might not be available at the busy crossroad.
Oh, okay.
Really?
Newtown
Or would it
180.
be?
bustling Metropolis has everything available. Not 100% sure though. Looking for the new town stuff. That's not in the new town. Where is the new gear list? Riddled Enterprises. Equipment 66. No, that seems like the new equipment. Oh, that's also okay, yeah. So, armor. Plate armor is available at availability is in 2. So I think it is available. 2 means it's available at bustling metropolises and depopulated. Oh, it's not available.
Oh, okay.
Only available in
Where
port
is a
cities.
bustling metropolis?
Alderport.
Oh, I didn't realize. I thought this place was bigger than that.
No, that place is way bigger. It's almost a dilapidated port, I would say. It's half of it's dilapidated, but half of it's still bustling. It's on its way to being a dilapidated port, I would say.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. In that case,
It's huge. It has like a prison / like asylum. It has like a beggar's quarters. Huge city. I think I said it was huge and like a London-esque city. This one is just like a keep, like a local.
And wait, wait, our base camp is where again?
Your base camp is south from here.
South. Okay.
So
Alright.
I don't know if you're on the same page as me. Oh, you are on the same page. So basically, just north of Crossroads Keep. Or no, just north is Crossroads Keep. So right now, your base camp is in the Old Market Square / the Guild Hall on the bottom right of Crowthorne.
Crowthorne, that's right. Crowthorne. Okay, gotcha.
all right. Well, that's fine. We can save some of the treasure because I think that's a good thing that we should try and get for you.
You could also try go get paid by the
Like, I'm fine with saving some money
of the cathedral.
That we can get that stuff from Aldenport. I'm thinking we should try and get paid from them, and then like as soon as they give us the money, we can like sneak in and continue with that.
Yeah.
Probably go over there once we want to continue that quest line.
Okay, yeah.
Well, my helmet is damaged as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can probably buy a helmet. I think.
So should I just buy a new one, or is it cheaper to fix it?
Probably it's. I mean,
Because it's the winter, it might be cheaper to buy a new one, potentially.
Yeah. And it would definitely be cheaper to fix it in like camp if someone had like armor.
It's op 2 right now resources to buy a new one, but in order to fix it, you would need to make you need to rent the guild facilities for probably 1. And then it's +1, so it's cost of living of 2, so roughly the same. But then you need to make the roll, and you could potentially fail that
I could
roll.
use the helmet too. Actually, I've been on my to-do list for a little while now, but
Sure.
that would be 4D. So we'd probably have to delay your plate armor for a little while longer.
That's fine.
Because we would. Well, I mean, we couldn't. We can go do it later. But since we can't do it this winter, maybe we should focus on doing things we can do now.
I think that's a good idea.
All right. So do you want to buy 2 helmets?
Sure.
Yeah.
Which I guess ends up being the same. 4 together.
No, you just make them separate.
Oh, okay. So how does this work? I assign how much treasure I want to add to the roll, and then I make a resources test.
Yeah, or I guess you could add them together if you wanted to make 1 resource test with both of them.
But why would you want to do that? It seems like
I will.
Because you've done that before, I think. Because you had 1 bulk item that you couldn't split up.
Right,
Oh,
but
yeah,
in this case, that won't be a problem. He's got like
There's so much gold right that you guys have right now and like coins and stuff that I don't really care because you'll find a way.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm keeping track of all this stuff. So yeah, you can just use the silver coins and copper coins and the moss. Yeah. Copper, silver, moss. That will give you increments of 1 for as many as you want.
Okay, so if I use my 2 resources and I use 2 treasure for 4,
You'll pass for sure, but Well, sorry. Well,
Even if I fail, I don't lose any resources.
Right.
Depends. Yeah, if you spend two treasure, and even if you fail, you won't lose any resources for each helmet. That's true.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That
Okay.
makes sense.
But keep in mind,
You need one fail eventually.
yeah, but that's okay because then if you do that, then you'll still have 3 dice to make your roll when we leave town, and then you'll probably pass that roll. So I think this is perfect.
Okay. So we're gonna go with 4 against 2.
And you can. Oh, the one thing is you can't raise your resources in the same town phase as you raise them in. So
Yeah, that's fine, but we haven't raised them at all yet.
He did though.
I did. I raised it from
Did you?
1 to
'Cause he-
2. Yeah.
He
Okay, but you're not
successfully
gonna make
bought the
3
wine.
more- Oh wait, you are gonna make 3 tests.
He could if he buys 2 helmets and the
separately,
cost of
and
living
then-
when he leaves.
Okay, it won't advance, but the checks still count, right?
Yeah,
Sean?
yeah. They'll just be
Well, that's
held
fine.
until you come back.
Oh, that's totally.
So the
cool.
next time you're in town, we'll just, we'll just, it won't matter for you. We'll just do other
Mhm.
stuff, and you can just kind of chill out in town, and then you'll just advance.
Okay,
that's
that makes
fine.
sense.
We'll just have to remember that your next
Well, I
town
could still
phase-
make checks the next time. It's just I wouldn't advance again, but I could still get progress, right?
Yeah, you can do other things, but like if people are buying things next time we're in town, we just won't get you to do it, right? Because you won't need to make the resources tests.
Yeah, or go to a different town. Go to Aldenport. Make Steve do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If the one of the next things we want to buy is plate armor, right? So we should be making Steve do
Oh,
it.
yeah.
anyway.
That's a good point.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll roll 4 with 2 treasure in my resources for a helmet.
Yep.
Wow.
4 successes.
Sweet.
Wow. Bought that helmet.
I bought the hell out of that helmet.
And you can
Wanna
keep
buy
the old
another?
helmet in order to like fix it and give it to
True.
Laughlin.
Oh, that's true. You know what? I might do that actually. And then I'll roll again. I fail.
That's and a fail. You just need 1 success
Okay.
in order to advance.
Alright. Pass the helmet over to
Okay.
Elfin.
Thanks. I'm plonking on my head. All right.
Nope.
I think that's everything then, because we can't really afford to do much else.
That's cool. You got some adventure hooks and whatnot. Mark that in the cart has a
A damaged helmet. Yeah.
damaged helmet.
Okay, it's going in the
do.
cart.
Does the cart also have like the sword? Happen to
Yeah, the
that
sword blade. Yes. I have it in a separate document because there's just no convenient way of doing it in the.
Yeah, you
Wait, no, I
can't.
should put it in the. I should actually. Sorry, I forgot I had Hero One. Where is it here? Loot. In here, right?
No, it's in base
Oh,
camp.
it's in base camp. Is the cart in base camp? Yeah. It
Yeah.
is. Okay. All right.
Feel free to transfer it all over because this is the conclusion of this adventure for several at least weeks. We're gonna end Torchbearer and play other things, I think, for a bit. Now that's all well and good. Before we leave, we'll do the respite in now, I guess. And Steed will just, well, I'll do some of the Steed stuff for him. Why not?
Sorry, it was the sword blade and what was the other thing? Oh yeah, broken helmet, damaged helmet.
Oh, Steed was supposed to level, but he doesn't because he wasn't here. Ha, take that, Steed. Unless he
Let's
comes.
see the next time he's in camp. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
But everyone, you're aged up.
Okay.
You're 1 year older.
Sweet.
I'm
Older
adult.
and wiser.
I am 147 years old.
Yes. Drop in the bucket.
Hold a funeral for any friends lost since the last respite.
Oh.
I don't think we lost anybody.
Yeah, we did.
Wait, what?
You're not claiming
No, nobody
Damn,
important
that's
as far as I
cold.
can remember.
our door.
Cold shit.
But you know,
Oh.
I mean, nobody
Funeral
springs to
for that
mind. I don't know.
part.
Can you guys think of anything? No, I can't.
and then you say one thing you remember Ardor doing that was good.
I thought
I
it was.
remember when he was a headstrong fool who attempted to murder someone in cold blood, and then immediately got struck down by the superior fighter.
Oh my god.
What an idiot! You can't deny he had the courage of his conviction.
Hmm.
I remember when he tried to overcome his hatred, and then didn't because he died too short. He was a man full of hate, but he tried to use that hate for good sometimes, even if we tried to temper it.
It's true.
Okay. He was the great armorer. I remember that much.
It's true. He was.
Fixed your what was it? Your shield?
My helmet.
Your helmet.
A dwarven voice speaks out from behind you as you guys are like, you know, solemnly talking together, probably in the tavern or something. It says, "I, and he was a friend and good student." And he like shoots a death there at Claflin, and he says, and he kind of gives you like a weird smile, and he like gets up and leaves the tavern.
Who's that?
The weird smile at Claflin or at the whole group?
At Claflin.
Oh, okay.
Some sort of weird smile, some sort of knowing smile.
A smile that's not a smile.
Claflin, no, this guy's metagaming.
What did he say?
That he was a good
Ask your
student.
parents, dude.
Oh,
He said he's
okay.
going to kill you.
Hmm.
And then he smiled about it.
You may have recognized him, Claflin, before he left, as Morden Stonebreaker.
Oh. Shit. What's he doing here?
He lives here. He lives. He
What's he
stays.
doing here? He lives here.
He's a member of the smugglers guild out of Crossroads Keep.
Hmm.
Welcome to his house.
So nice weather we're having, huh?
he already left. He shot you like a terrible look, but also kind of like a smile, like, "Cat, you're gonna get yours." You know,
So
considering that your parents were, you know, like rumored to have been captured by dwarves and taken up north.
Just a random question, Sean.
Yeah.
I promote nothing. If you have multiple pieces of gear, do you get multiple like die that like plus die?
It says you only get one typically, so unless there's a good reason to give you multiple, I would say only one.
Okay.
However, I'd rule that gear and supplies are different. If it's gear, it listed as gear in the like
Well, yeah, but
skills
usually
section.
only gear or supplies will help for any one.
Yeah, usually, but like some things will have both.
Okay.
For example, yeah, I don't know.
Like, you could also just like, for instance, like maybe like for hunter, just for example, like if someone I have a bow, which is plus one die, but if I had say like bait, right, that would
Yeah,
be supplies,
that would be
right?
supplies,
And
yes.
you could argue, you know, that.
They would both work, yes. I would think. Restore attack's nature to its current maximum. So do that now. And everyone in a circle. I don't know if we'll start. We'll go with it's on my screen. So we'll go with Cabruzia, Elfwin, Talia, Claflin, and then we'll go Roman. Will you say something that you've learned and take a relevant wise? Say something that you've learned, like, "I've learned about this. I am now," and then you are now that wise throughout this past year of adventuring.
I will say that one thing I learned through my adventures is that, you know, not everything has a weird story behind it. Sometimes things are as plain as day. I think I want to have common sense wise. Throwing away conspiracy wise.
You don't need to throw it away yet. Like next time you can. Just
Okay.
gain it.
Well, I feel like because of how poorly I've utilized conspiracy wise and viewing the world around me, I feel like this is not a useful. I shouldn't view the world this way. Should be more freewheeling, and you know, it's not as mysterious out there.
You can add like common sense wise.
Yep, adds common sense wise. You still have two. There's definitely some conspiracy afoot, you know, with Morden and whatnot. but we'll find that out next time. So take common sense wise. Elfwin.
Yeah.
You would have to change one if you were to take a new one.
I'm just trying to think what a good wise would be for what I learned this year.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna be like, you should take some sort of grief wise.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like,
Just change folly of humanity to folly of everything. No, it's true. No.
And broaden it.
Yeah, I was thinking actually that like my experience with the Elven Council has made me bitter.
Folly of elves wise.
I think that's a little too on the nose, but I think it's something that I want to. Yeah, I think I've learned that like you can't trust anybody to fix things for you. You have to, you know, lead by example, and people will follow you. So I'm wondering if like leadership wise is too. Also, like I've been leading this group for a long time, and I think I'm coming into my own as a leader of men or of humanoids, whatever you want to use the term.
Of man things.
So I'm wondering if there's like a leadership wise that would work, but isn't maybe too broad.
I feel like leadership wise could work.
As long as I'm not like saying it's like, oh, whenever I do anything that's leading the group, I'm invoking it.
Yeah, I'd almost say what you could do is change, instead of Rangers of the Silver Seal Wise, be like leader of the Silver Seal Wise, and then whenever you do something that's like, I don't know, encapsulated by that wise, you can invoke it. But or you could do, I don't know, you could also just do like the base camp wise or whatever and be like very base camp orientated.
Like Crowthorn wise, you mean?
Yeah.
Maybe. Actually, that's a good idea. Maybe I'm like, Elfhome, like they're probably gonna just fuck off to the east or west. I forget what direction. Sooner or later.
The text says west, but the sea is to the east, so probably the east.
So in our campaign, it's the east. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're probably not going to help and fuck off to the east. So I should focus on building up Crowthorn into a bulwark of the elves who don't want to give up and wish to save the forest. So yeah, let's do that. Crowthorn wise.
Okay, which one are you gonna take away?
I'll take Rangers of the Silver Seal Wise away because I just never use it anymore.
Yeah, well, you kind of like.
I think time of that campaign is past.
Yeah.
And I'm no longer interested in doing that sort of thing.
Oh.
They were the heroes of a civilization that will soon die, and I decided to let them lay their heroics to rest.
Oh my God, you're so grief stricken already. Great.
Yeah, I know. I'm sick of it. I'm like, these heroes are dead and they will never come back, and I'm sad about it.
All right, Talia, what have you learned?
Okay, so I've learned that I don't have to do everything on my own and I can depend on people. I think probably the biggest defining moment for Talia was when she tried to fight a forest guardian on her own and was only saved by Elfwin, who sort of respects and reveres as like almost like a mentor or like a guide in some sense.
Are you gonna be Elfwin wise?
I don't know. Maybe actually, I was gonna say like, yeah, I'm not sure. I was thinking like friendship wise, but maybe that's too like corny / broad. I don't know. I don't want to make Chris uncomfortable, but I could go with Elfin wise.
I mean, I don't care.
Okay, sure. I think that'd be fun.
Yeah, take it. That's good. You know stuff about him. You were paying attention to every lesson he's ever said.
Yeah.
This may well. This is, I think, actually a really good choice because it will conflict with my belief at some point. It will give me like some laws to be like, no human can be trusted to do X, but what about this human who hangs on my every word and is the only one who seems to truly understand me?
Yeah.
That's like a genuine, like, kind of like question. You know, that could be interesting.
All right, and
Eventually.
Claflin, I know you've joined the group early on, but have you learned anything during this adventure?
Well, I've learned that dwarves are just as as hard-headed as I expected them to be. But I've also learned. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Keep pressing. Come on. I've also learned that humans are not as useless as I thought. You know, I've been trusting the ones in this group for a while now, and they haven't let me down yet, so just trying to think of a good wise that could go with that, because Folly of Humans doesn't really match. I want to try and show some growth there. So maybe camaraderie wise?
Sure. It's a little broad, but we can talk and or refine it before the next Torchbearer round in like probably a couple of months.
Well, what about prejudice-wise?
I don't think so, because unfortunately the dwarves haven't. I'm still prejudiced against dwarves.
Well, that's the thing. You have a stronger prejudice now. You have increased your hatred.
That's true. Yeah, maybe I'm racism wise now.
Think you could detect it?
No, I'm trying to improve the character. I'm trying to.
Yeah, Matthias is trying to make an arc.
Trying to redeem a villain.
Yeah.
I know, it's cool. I'm just being a
And,
shit. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
So I'm trying.
Some villains are
pressure in
irredeemable,
that
but
direction.
who knows?
Probably not this one. I mean, he's not that bad.
Yeah, I don't
Like
know.
medium bad, you know.
He's kind of bad, but you know.
Well, the thing is, like, he probably told a lie about why, like, the Aldor came, and he's like, it was your parents' fault, and then we can fight anyway. And then he's like, well, let's fight because I don't believe you. And he probably told a lie, but who knows?
Only Claflin knows.
Only Claflin. All right, that's cool. Camaraderie-wise, we'll talk about it. And Roman's not here, but let's see. He has a blank wise. Oh man. Do I give him another town wise and be like Alderport wise, and then I'll put an asterisk in case he wants to change it? Yeah, I'll do that.
Sure, we'll do that for now. He can change it when he gets back if he wants.
Because, you know, it's gonna be it's like his hometown. Oh, I was gonna say hometown wise. Hometown. Why is it about hometowns?
What about, like, didn't you have that whole guild that came to help when we went to the town that one time? You could have, like, a network-wise.
Maybe.
We'll cross that. I mean, let's
It's
not.
Steve, I'm not gonna make
too
Steve.
much
I'm not
time.
gonna like spend a lot of time because Steve's not here and he'll might change it anyway. But at first trait, I'll probably I'll say that whatever we do for his trait will go because the trait's not even him. Now we'll go in the circle and we'll start with Corbusier. Now we now nominate adventurers to remove unused traits if we so choose. So we'll look at Corbusier's trait. He has Wizard Sight, Extravagant, Persistent, and Child of the Fates. I feel like he hasn't used either Persistent or Child of the Fates this session. I do think
This campaign, yeah.
they are both still fun to explore, so I'm not going to nominate them, but if one of you or if Corbusier wants to nominate them, they can nominate them. I think you can only have 4 traits, so
Yeah.
one of them's
Honestly,
probably gonna get removed anyway.
I mean, I'm like kind of attached to Child of the Fates because that's what I nominated him for last winter, due to that crazy move that he pulled near the end of the campaign. So I don't want to remove that either.
I want to remove persistent because as soon as he got the persistent trait for, doggedly trying to track down his crew, he decided that you're his crew and he stopped looking for his friend.
Yeah.
Who he dreamt about a few sessions ago, having left to try to track him down from Aldenport. But he did not do that. And
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think it just doesn't, it doesn't really, not that I think there's another kind of trait that would fit better, probably.
Corbusier, do you agree that we should remove persistent?
I agree because I feel like I can, for the same mechanical purpose, I can use Child of the Fates in lieu of persistent, so it feels kind of redundant. So I feel
you are always fated to find your crew. And perhaps now this is your crew.
Yeah. If you're gonna find them, it'll be fate, not your.
Yeah, like I want my character. Like I was afraid of using Child of the Fates more because I didn't want to be like an egotist kind of character. But I feel like I can start believing like, yes, it's all going according to fate.
Yeah, but I mean, like your familiar, which didn't come into play too much because I forgot to GM them till like a part way through.
I keep fucking forgetting. I'm such a
your bond is forged in fate itself. So, there you go. Do something with your familiar, and perhaps you can use that. So we'll remove that. We'll go down the list. Elfwin, you have Firstborn, Common, Stoic. I nominate that we don't remove because you use all of those.
Yeah, I try and use them all as often as I can.
Yeah. Alia, you have Foolhardy and Heart of Battle. You cannot remove Heart of Battle lest you become a weird recluse who no longer has a class.
Okay.
So,
And you've used Heart of Foolhardy, so we don't. I'm saying we like Talia. Let's not kick her out of being the group.
I mean, she's used both of those. Just use Foolhardy more, but Heart of Battle has been used multiple times.
And Clawflint is new. He has Firstborn and Calm. I do believe he's used Calm, and I don't remember using Firstborn. But again, if you're not a Firstborn, you're no longer an elf. So what are you? And since you need the permission of the people to remove traits, I do not want to remove any of Roman's traits. Though he has Devil May Care, Jaded, and Kind, he hasn't played Jaded, and I think Steed wants to play Roman away from being jaded. I'll put an asterisk there because with his permission,
I can remember to ask him about it. Yeah,
we'll potentially remove that one, but I would need his permission again.
Okay. Next,
because he's next. All right. So now we, as in one person, nominates and votes on a trait from a new adventurer. So we'll start with Corbusier. You choose someone. You tell us a story about them that happened in the previous game, and then we give them a trait. So you don't get to choose your own traits. They're then voted on, ratified by the group.
Okay.
Then we continue.
I feel I want to give Talia a trait. I nominate Talia for one.
What story goes, and then at the end of the story you'll say, and that's why Talia is blank or tall or like brave or what have you.
I want to say that every time I've been astonished and amazed at anything Talia's done, it's because she's deliberately walked directly into danger, into situations that they could be easily avoided, and have nearly died multiple times.
Oh, and just one thing before you finish. You can nominate them for a trait they've already have in order to level it up. This is how you level up traits.
Oh, okay.
So, for example,
that's kind of the path you're going down.
If you want to nominate them Foolhardy, you can level up Foolhardy again. But yes.
I was gonna say, like, either like because of this, I would like because of all like I think you were fighting the guy in the elf zone. Then you went up the chimney after. You fought the stone golem by yourself. You had a drive-off conflict by yourself. All these things where everyone was like, "Nope, I'd rather not. I'm not getting my hands in on this." And you're doing your own thing. I feel like foolhardy wise would be. That's why I feel you're not only foolhardy, but I feel like you're very solo. I feel like solo would be a cool trait.
Okay, I see what you're getting at.
Because you've done so much on your own, even when like some of us step in right at the tip of the end. But you're very self-sufficient. You're very driven.
I actually like that a lot. I get what you're coming from, and I think it fits my character really well.
Driven? Should we vote
I
on the
almost wanna
driven
say-
trait?
Or well, I guess I can't say anything, right?
I mean, you sure?
Okay. Well, I think maybe what you're going for, what I'm understanding from you, Tyler, is maybe like loner. Like a trait
Not
of being,
loner,
like,
not loner, because
loner?
you work with us. It's just you get into you opt to be in situations where like
I mean,
like no one wants to follow you, but you're like, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna get into this fight.
like I would want, if we were gonna do that, like I would say it's so similar to foolhardy that it's just gonna be a struggle for Talia to like use it and foolhardy. Like why not just give her
yeah.
level 2 foolhardy, and then that accomplishes the same thing.
She already
right?
has level 2 foolhardy, so it'd be level 3.
Wait.
Level 3 foolhardy.
She have 2 already? Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just I feel you're just very foolhardy.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't want to add driven, like especially the way you're describing it. It doesn't sound like she's driven. It sounds like she's like foolhardy, like she's putting herself in the line of danger.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
and it's not because like she has like a particular goal in mind that she's really, you know,
She's just not like other
driven
girls.
towards accomplishing. It's just because that's what what's instinctive to her.
Do
Yeah.
we?
I don't know. It's that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, I feel Talia.
So you're
very
an A?
foolhardy. Double down.
If we were foolhardy? Oh, okay, so you're saying foolhardy. I'm saying I'll say foolhardy.
I think it just fits better with the story.
Laughlin, what do you say? Or Matthias, do you think Talia is foolhardy?
Yes.
I think it's unanimous. Your foolhardy trait is now level 3.
Okay.
The reward for consistent role playing.
Yeah.
All right, Elfwin, nominate someone. All right, Chris, nominate someone who's not Elfwin.
No, it was near the beginning of this season where we.
Don't forget to add Roman in, because I'm going to nominate someone in
it's
Roman's
okay.
place.
I should give a heads up that I'm gonna have to go in the next 5 minutes. So
Okay. Well, I mean, if you want to go first, then-
Yeah, go
say
first
we're
then.
doing now,
You give a story, and it could be any time, not just the time that Coughlin has known. Any of these characters.
And this is just to raise the level of the traits?
Or to
Either
give
the
it-
traits that they
Or
have,
a new one.
or a new trait.
Okay, who's received one so far already? We have one.
Uh,
for Talia.
Talia.
Talia has.
Just Talia.
Yeah. So anyone else?
Hmm. Well, after seeing the death of his comrade, Ardor, it took him no time at all to accept Claflin into the group, and immediately became, friendly with him, because of course, he was a fellow elf. So I think I would nominate. I think I'm going to nominate Elfwin for something here. Maybe cold-hearted.
What story that you're gonna say goes well with that?
Well, when he just instantly accepted Claflin after killing Ardor,
Ah,
that was pretty intense. I mean,
I forgot about that, and also taking the ring away of his dead friend.
Oh yeah, I did do that.
yeah, the ring away.
I mean, this is fitting more than I imagined at first.
So immediately after he died, too, like the corpse wasn't even cold yet.
I mean, Yeah, I mean that could be. Maybe like mercenary might be a good one.
Practical.
Like the adjective mercenary, like more I think a little harsher than practical. Like a mercenary would be like
Yeah, I honestly feel cold-hardy might be too negative.
Not
trait?
cold-hearted.
Pragmatic.
Pragmatic. No, but like
pragmatic's not.
it's kind of like it's also like I don't know. Tough. Well, if you want to vote, we can vote for cold-hearted, and then we'll see if he gets passed.
I mean, I would say like mercenary would be like a good equivalent. Like it's like harsher than pragmatic or
Yeah.
something like that, but it's not like cold-hearted. Like it's not that I don't care, it's that, well, you're dead now, so rest in peace,
Yeah.
but we have to move on.
Yeah,
I like that.
Would be my
I
suggestion.
think that's fine.
I think that's fine. Plus, if you ever go nature to 0 and you lower your nature by 1, you can change cold-hearted or change mercenary to cold-hearted with ease.
Okay, we'll go with mercenary then.
Yeah, I like that.
I also like it, for self. I think it'll be easier for me to roleplay it. I think it will.
I think.
Yeah,
I think.
feel that as well.
What about
Talia,
merciless?
Me.
I kind of have been roleplaying that.
Merciless might even be better.
Yeah, merciless.
Where you
Or
have no
ruthless.
mercy, you just don't care.
Ruthless.
I was gonna nominate Claflin for Ruthless. Actually, that was the tale
Okay,
I was gonna
okay.
tell. So maybe.
All right, let's stick with. How about merciless
For who?
for you, as opposed to mercenary?
I mean, I'm not merciless. That tale doesn't say that I didn't give mercy.
All right, mercenary.
I didn't kill anybody.
Mercenary is fine.
Yeah, mercenary's
I
fine.
killed him.
And we'll see if you can change even worse if you accidentally fail by a lot on tapping your nature. I like that. Gives you room to change. Not completely negative. I like that.
Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like merciless. Yeah, well, whatever. I mean, yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna tell it. So actually, we'll go through the rest really quickly for Claflin, so that he doesn't have to leave. You get to mark 1 pass or fail in any skill you want, and then you mark a creed. So something that's bigger in your place in the grander scheme of things. So like, the hard-won traditions of my people must not fade, or the people are true worth stand up for justice no matter what, or true heroes seek glory and fame so they may sit at in the halls of the immortals, or the elves, the elves are wrong and we must stay in this world, something like that.
And I have to come up with a creed.
Yeah, you write it, the creed.
Okay. Do I have to come up with it now? Because I really do have to go, and I don't want it just to be thought.
Oh, you don't have to come up with it now, but just
You also get 2 skills, not just 1.
2 skills.
You can't use Arcanist, Engineer, Fighter, Pathfinder, Ritualist, Sapper, Scout, or Survivalist.
Any other ones.
Any other one.
And since you wanted to be learning cartographer, maybe learn cartographer. Nice.
Yeah, I guess you can choose the same one twice. There's nothing that says you can't.
Nope.
Okay. All right. We'll go with that then. And
Excellent.
I'll come up with a creed at some other time.
And you were gonna. So let's Elfwin tell your story before he
All right,
jumps away.
yes, I remember at the beginning we were near the beginning of the season. You stood in valorous battle against a murderously angry foe, and even though you saw that he was no match for your martial prowess, nevertheless you struck him down like the ruthless warrior that you are.
Fair enough.
Oh yeah, ruthless would be my nomination.
Okay.
I like it if you're fine with playing as being a little more ruthless.
I think also like the fact that you tried to manipulate someone else to take the fall for you later is kind of and that's been like a mainstay of your character. I think it fits, and it's still like it's not like totally negative. Like there's positives to having someone who's willing to do that sorts of things in your group.
Yeah. Also, like it kind of like underline gives you a trait with your instinct about being manipulative. Maybe even just manipulative as a trait, and then change your instinct.
Well, I don't really want to do manipulative as a trait because like the manipulator skill kind of like that.
True.
A little trivial.
Yeah. Ruthless. Yeah, I like ruthless.
Something you can easily use with. I'm trying to give you a trait that you'd want to use with
Other
skill that
skills
you want to use.
Yeah. I like
clearly
that.
want to use that skill and turn it up. So here's a trait that will help you use that. Is the idea.
I think that's a good idea.
I like Ruthless because he could also use it for like Hageler, as for example.
Exactly.
You're a ruthless Hageler. Don't
There's
take no
also,
for an answer.
There's also a thing that we can do after telling tales, which is like give you a nickname. But I guess we can just do that
Oh,
another day.
yeah. Well, we can.
T-Bone.
We can do that another time.
Yeah, we can do that another time.
You
If
don't
you...
have to have a nickname, so it's okay.
We can
Alright,
give you an
we're
epitaph.
off.
Plan.
Yeah. Talk to you soon.
Take care, Matisse.
Thank
You too.
Oh, Elfwin,
Take care, man.
Talia went, and Claflin went. So,
Buzier went. Talia didn't go.
or Cabusier went. Talia didn't go. But who gained traits?
Talia did, Elfwin did, and Claflin did.
Talia did. Elfwin did, and Claflin did.
Talia or Andrew, you should tell a tale about either Roman or Corbusier.
Yeah, well, I'd like so.
I guess you're gonna have to tell a tale about Roman, because Roman then would have to tell a tale about Corbusier.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Because the tale I'm thinking of is about Corbusier, because it's the one that sticks out.
Problem is Roman can't tell a tale about himself.
Although I could tell a tale about Roman.
That's true. Actually, yeah, that's probably fine. When the Romans are
Okay.
here, we can exploit that. So if you have a better tale for Corbusier, go for it.
Okay, yeah. Well, just because it's what it's stuck out to me. So likewise, Corbusier's play has stuck out to me. In particular, his like overly, well, I guess extravagant actions. He's always kind of done things that are just like wild and insane, and often like completely not necessary in the slightest. But it's it's part of who he is, and it's part of what makes him special and like have that flair. So I feel like for me the moments that stick out are when he just I think we were delivering a letter at the church, and then he turned what could have been like a simple delivery into some weird secret mission, and like essentially used his like schmoozing and his sort of social presence to just get inside and then have a special position of power there. And also when we were fighting that golem outside of Thelon's workshop, he did this like really weird, like I don't know if he was like spinning or like putting on a show, but it was like some grandiose
He's singing.
gesture.
I was
Yeah,
singing
yeah,
Super
that's what it
Vicious
was.
He was
Fire.
singing and
Yeah.
dancing.
Yeah, exactly. He was like doing some crazy shit, and then it was just like, what the fuck? But again, it's so Corbusier, right? Just like who he is. So I nominate him for another level of extravagant.
I second that motion. Do we have an agreement to ratify? We do. All right. Looks like you have level 2 extravagant, Corbusier.
Thanks, guys.
Me as the GM, since Roman's not here, and he's probably thought we ended 20 minutes ago. I will nominate, because he's not bothering showing up. I'm going to nominate him, and I think I'm going to nominate him because there's been many a time when he's used his kind of nonchalance, care, his sort of, panache, his sort of quality that makes him him, to go and stare in the face of danger and not even blink. He doesn't care whether he lives or dies. He seeks adventure for the thrill, but only the very thrilling actually thrills him. I nominate him for Devil May Care, his thief trait, to be leveled up. We have agreement.
Okay.
Since we don't even need agreement, I won't put an asterisk on.
I agree with that, actually. I think that's fair.
Sure.
He has been rather brazen.
He's many a times he's put himself in danger, and he not even looked, didn't even look it in the face. He just carried on. Didn't even care. I like
I
that.
think that's fair.
He just keeps on keeping on.
I'll mark that as being ratified by a couple of people. Giving him a level 2 trait. All right, now nicknames. Now we can give other nicknames or different nicknames, what have you. It is your epitaph. It's full of colorful personalities who don't conform to the usual way of life.
On your tombstone.
After each player nominates another player for an epitaph or sobriquet.
Oh, please. Please. I have to insist.
How do other people see them? What's what are
I want Diavolos.
epitaph? How do you say it? Epithet.
Epitaph is what you put on your tombstone.
Or sobriquet or whatever. What? Sobriquet. How do the other people see them? And what's the obvious nickname? What does the group recall about their character? Choose something colorful that add to their reputation. So, for example, Morgan the Slippery, Vantis the Fanatic, Rorik the Drunk, or calling your warrior Tiny or your dour halfling friend Mary.
So it's like ironic.
You don't need to earn new epitaphs during each respite, but by level 3, you should at least have an epitaph. So I feel like Talia the Brash is.
I mean, it's already kind of in the name.
In the
I was
name.
gonna say I sort of.
But we should just like canonize it and make sure that it's actually her epithet for sure.
Okay.
Talia the Brash.
I think we all can know that.
So I know it's official. That's hilarious.
Thank you. You gave yourself a nickname. It doesn't work.
Yeah, but then
No,
he played to it so
But
well
then
that we kept it.
Yeah.
Give yourself a nickname.
Who wants to give anyone else a nickname?
I want to give Roman a nickname.
What's his
I
nickname?
want to call him Ringfinger Roman.
Ring?
Finger?
Yeah,
Because
he's
he's
a thief. He steals things.
Mm.
And also, it reminds me of Dark Souls. Which is not an in-character reason, but I just like the idea that he's, a thief who will steal things off your fingers.
okay.
Okay.
But it'll be up to
I
him.
like
if that's what he
I
wants.
like that.
Alpha, you need a nickname.
Also,
Like,
it's also alliterate. It's also alliteration, which is come on, you can't go wrong.
Yeah.
All right.
I think you need a nickname, Alpha. You've been our rock. So you are our rock.
Alpha the Rock?
Yeah, he's led this party for so long. He's been the constant in our lives, and he's like our rock.
Elfwin the Rock Athalius. I love it.
Yeah.
I hate it a lot. That's okay.
You're so stoic and calm all the time. You gotta
Why
be.
would I say, like, I wanted something
It's
with
like this is
calm.
a nickname designed to bother me. Okay, I'm into it.
We can call you Rock now.
Yeah. Can
Hey, you told me
some
start calling me
Bill?
Rocky. I'll just like fume.
No, you gotta call him Sir Rock.
Excellent.
That's
How
funny.
about Granite? Like, take Elfwin for Granite.
That's funny.
Like, not granted, Granite.
If you put your character sheet back into non-play mode or to play mode, it'll show up on in the journal. Oh, it does show up in the journal. Okay, never mind. It's just not showing up. I just had to refresh it. Flint. Oh, you're putting it in single quotations? I'll put it. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I don't know.
Everyone put it in double quotations. I like it better.
Okay.
You want double?
Yeah, put it in double.
Okay.
I'm just thinking to tell you, let's put it in double. I like it. All right, so who needs the one still?
Corbusier.
Corbusier
I
needs
don't
some.
know if
Better like that.
Should we give
I mean,
Corbusier the dancing wizard?
I was kind of thinking like sea legs. Corbusier's sea legs as like
Oh, why is that?
how he likes to dance. But it doesn't really make sense.
the sea legs,
He was
like,
a sailor once, but he's not anymore. So it's kind of like a joke. 'Cause
Land
it's like-
legs?
Maybe.
Because he can't walk
Yeah, I just
straight.
like
He
sea legs 'cause
dances.
it's an actual thing, and it's like, it's like a joke because like he's supposed to be a sailor, but he never sails anymore.
Yeah, dancing like a flopping fish.
I like it. Corbusier sea legs.
Okay, sure.
You're like, oh, are you a sailor? You'd be like, well, not anymore.
My legs keep moving in weird ways.
I was
only
thinking about
'cause,
like a time thing, but we haven't really explored that much either. So.
Yeah, next season, I think I want to explore that more as a character.
Hey, practice.
And Clafland.
The racist.
I don't think he's. We've
No,
done
he's
enough
not.
for him. So.
What if we just give him a nonsensical nickname?
It's
that
called
weighs
Claflin
anything?
the
Just-
Elf.
The
I've always
elf?
called him
I think we
Claffer.
should just leave him, and we can figure that out.
He hasn't been with the group for a whole year anyway, so he needs to earn his nickname.
Yeah.
Just be like, we'll call him Claffy.
All right, do you want to give Marcel a nickname? Because you're his boss, Corbusier.
I feel like Marcel is his nickname because you asked me to give him a name, whereas I did not ask for his gender. So I feel like Marcel is just what I call him because he's my apprentice. He probably has a real name that I do not actually.
Don't you like? I can't remember what you say. Like, don't you? You're like when Corbusier says like, "Help me, Marcel, my blank." You don't say apprentice. What do you say?
It's something different all the time.
Okay, maybe he does.
Marcel is an apprentice of many talents who's helped me in many different ways. Why limit him to just one role?
Okay.
So I'll be like, Marcel, come help me, my dearest daffodil. Marcel, come help me, my binnacle. Marcel, come help guide me, my compass. Wait, that's twice. Never mind.
That's fine.
I'm
Great.
not
So everyone can now mark practice, except they cannot practice Arcanist. So I'll actually just copy this. Can know this, but you get two. Mark 2 successes on your skills. So know this. So none of those.
I did manipulator and healer.
Oh, okay. No, Arcanist, Engineer, Fighter, Pathfinder, Ritualist, Separate, Scout, and Survival.
Wait, we can put 2 successes on something?
If you want,
Do this.
but none of those things.
advancements.
What were the? Can I do Lore Master?
And you can't do health or nature, right? Or
No, those are not skills. Those are abilities.
Oh, I see. Right.
All right, level 4 Lore Master now. Booyah!
Mhm.
Cool. I'm gonna look at Romans and I'm just gonna give him 2. Why not? Give him. He can't do Sapper. Ugh. You'd use them on Sapper. Didn't you want to learn Sailor?
And I want to win Sailor.
No, didn't Roman want to
No,
learn
no,
Sailor?
I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe.
Oh yeah, he does. He has one in Sailor. I want to give him 2 in Sailor. Even though, well, I guess there would be like a little, like a river in Crossroads.
I mean, he
Keep.
could like also like learn how to like tie knots and
Oh yeah.
and all sorts of things that aren't necessarily
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna give him 2. I'll give him 1 in Sailor because I don't want to like screw him over, and then I'll give him 1 in. No. Criminal, can't do dungeon. I do criminal. I'll do 1 in criminal. I'll give him a fail in criminal. Then he needs two fails and 2 passes. Criminal to advance it to 5. Cool. If you don't have a creed, you get a creed. So Talia,
Mhm.
creed.
Yeah, well, I know what I want to do, but I'm not sure if I'm phrasing it correctly.
What's it?
So, well, basically, Talia's like when Talia set out to be an adventurer, the whole idea, or like kind of what I wrote into her story, was that she was going to basically find Carl the Uncouth, who's this person that was basically extorting innocent peasants, From
your
town to
enemy,
town for
Karl
protection
von
money.
Kooth?
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, what I'm thinking is like my sword is to protect the common man from bandits, but I don't know if that's too specific. Or if I should try to make it more broad. Like I don't know if I want this to be really narrow or really broad.
Really broad.
Really broad?
Just be like, I am the sword of justice for
Strength.
those who can't, or
my
whatever.
sword is for the common folk.
Well, I was gonna say strength is meant to protect and not to. I don't know. Like private is not a word.
Be like, or
pervasive.
you could be like, my sword, or I am the sword for those who don't, or who can't, who don't have one, or
You're
something.
the communal sword.
Strength is meant to protect and not to. But this, I'm worried it's sounding too much like. I guess I'm also getting confused. I don't know if there's a difference between the belief and the creed. Like I don't want it to.
So belief is very specific. It's about you as a person. So
Right.
the belief is like, it's better to act and hesitate. That's you. You are acting rather than hesitating. Creed would be like, common folk need protecting. But like more than that, like why do they need protecting? Well, because the strong need to protect the weak, or like justice needs to prevail, or something like that.
Okay. Well, because I'm trying to think. The strength is meant to protect and not to. Chris, you're really good with words. What's?
Exploit.
I'm thinking of private, but like that's not
Exploit.
a word, right?
Wait.
Exploit. Thank you.
I mean, I like
Perfect.
that because, like, you're going to use your strength to protect rather than exploit, and you're going to stand against those who would exploit.
Right.
What if the one only, like, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but like the thing about a creed is there should be something that calls it into question at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There should be the chance that your character will have a crisis of faith, right?
That's what I'm wondering.
Oh, it's obvious when they see their friends stealing from poor people.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. When they
Oh, yeah.
witness Elfwin like picking through the corpses of the someone peasant farmer who's been recently defiled, and they're like, let's see if they've got any shiny bits.
Yeah. Okay, interesting.
Contemplate this on the Tree of Woe. Adventurers with creeds may contemplate their existence during the respite and change their creed to something more suitable to their current philosophy of life. Creeds may also be changed after the players earned the crisis rule. So, Corbusier, you said you wanted to possibly change your creed at some point. Now could be a good time.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't think I've come into any conflict in which charity has always been like something I have to fight against for like some greater good, or for like to ignore charity in the sense of like I'm serving something else, or even just like I fought for charity in the sense of like it would be a detriment to those around us. So I don't think I've had a good creed this whole time.
I mean, I haven't really triggered my creed yet, but that doesn't mean I don't like it. I just haven't really come into the situation where, the other thing about creeds is like they take time to mature, right? Like I've clearly got like the end goal in mind, right? Like the idea is like I get close to you three, and that will make me question that belief that I have eventually. It doesn't have to happen immediately, but I still like it.
Right.
So if there's like a long-term kind of conflict that you see your character like working through, then it's probably fine. You don't have to change it necessarily, but you might want to anyway.
I'm thinking like the only creed I would actually have is just Claflin's weird big. I feel like he's played two characters now that have some bigoted nature to them that I've never sat well with, that I don't ever come into conflict in scenario fully yet. But I feel like that's something that's I probably was a creed like hatred has no place. Hatred has no place when being stylish.
Or you could just say, you don't need to make it about stylish. You could just be like, there's no place for hatred on this crew or something. And then you would every time you allow it, you would be testing it or something.
Yeah, it could be something like Like hate or go home.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I'm at a loss for words right now. But yeah,
I mean,
that is
I
on the right
liked
path.
Sean's suggestion. Like, there's no place for hatred on this crew.
Yeah.
Kind of.
If someone acts in a way, like even if, like Talia gets like really angry and is motivated by like like let's say like some asshole and she's like, I'm gonna go murder that
Right,
person
right.
who did this evil thing. You can be like, well, hold on there, like like just because they did something wrong, that doesn't mean you need to act in hate, right?
That's
Yeah.
interesting.
And that way you can use it in both directions as well, right? You can be like more of like the, hey, let's try and you don't have to jump to revenge. We can figure something else out.
We can do it. We can do this like calmly and rationally instead of just
You don't
like,
have to,
going off
yeah,
of
exactly. You don't
instinct.
have to be a pacifist per se, but you can still maybe come to the conclusion that they need to be punished. But you can say, well,
acting with reason.
we shouldn't
rather
do
than
it out of our rage or anger, right?
We
Yeah,
should
let's
do it
not
for
be rash
justice.
about anything for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I would recommend if that's the kind of the road you're thinking along.
Yeah, I like that.
That's
All right,
pretty
I
much
think
it,
we
yeah.
finished everything we need to do except Bleeding Skulls.
I
Do
believe I had a great time. My creed, always have a good time.
all right.
My goal, good times for all.
So
My instinct, when not a good time, drink.
but I'm just looking at your things. When in camp, teach things to others. You did that, but you failed, and I don't think I carried that through. Copy cell map, you didn't do that. You didn't have a creed, but now you do. There's no place for hatred on this crew. It wasn't really a moral test that required, like, that had sacrifice to it. Anything worth doing is worth doing in style. Do anything style this session?
I used the extravagant trait for helping me spellcast.
Oh yeah,
in
you
order
did
to see the
you
aura.
did a song and dance. Yeah, take a fate for that. Great.
Yeah.
Belief. I will oppose those who act against nature at every turn. Didn't come up today. My goal to find Mailia, Thelon's wife, didn't do that. Although I think actually I can't give myself a half even because I should have made a test in town, but I didn't because I was too worried about surviving the winter. So another day.
Okay.
When in camp, scrounge up lamp oil. I did do that.
Well, you're no longer in possession of the orbs. At the beginning of every session, I'll ask. It's something I'll ask Corbusier.
Do you want the orb this?
do you want
I might still keep that goal. Like like we have like at least 4 hooks for the next season already. So we've already got like a full season's worth of hooks to work with.
plus actually like cleaning up the forest if you ever do that.
That's the fourth one that I was thinking of.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
There's so
Yeah,
much
I guess
ahead of us.
technically
in
That's kind of like a
Torchbearer.
sub goal of like the cathedral. So that's like 4.5, I would say.
Okay. Yeah.
And I guess that's plus if we do the crew thing, that's like fully 5. So yeah, we've got plenty of hooks, and Talia's got a hook, and so like that's 6. We've got lots of stuff that we could do.
Yeah. That's great.
We're not going to be shy on hooks.
Talia. Please skulls.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at everyone else's character sheet. Belief, it is better to act than to hesitate. Actually, surprisingly, for the first time in a long time, I don't think that came up today. Creed, just got it. Goal, extract the loot from Thelon's workshop. I feel like
You did do that.
on that.
You got a persona.
Okay.
When camping, hunt
then-
for food. You did, but failed.
Did? Yes.
So you did nothing. So just one persona.
'Kay.
Great. And then Clafland will play was in this session, but now it left. But we'll see if he did anything. Learn cartography. He did a little bit. So I'm gonna mark a fate for that. Didn't actually learn it, but he made some progress. Didn't manipulate anybody. Mother Earth made the world for the Earls to rule. I feel like that should be his creed almost. That Mother Nature made the Earth for the elves to rule, and then have a belief about something else. But we'll talk about that later. So he doesn't get anything else. Group stuff. MVP is worth a persona. Team worker is worth a persona, and Gallus Humor. I don't think Gallus Humor is on the table this session because there's no big danger.
Yeah.
But we have an MVP or team worker.
I think Corbusier for team worker.
Yeah, I was gonna say he has to get something.
Well, I would say that that's definitely he's the workhorse. He did pretty much everything that we did this session.
Yeah,
Because of his
exactly.
abilities, so I would
Okay,
say
that's-
teamwork would be him.
That's fair.
Oh, thank you.
Do we
And if
have?
we want to think of in terms of the big role, like for MVP, I think Talia, like it's not like it was a huge role, but the biggest roles that were made this session were made by you.
Yeah, that scavenger test was
That's
really
fair,
good.
actually.
I guess, yeah. I mean, yeah.
And that could be good because you have all those like salts and stuff, alchemical salts. You can actually start a alchemist workshop. You just need to get like so you have the alchemist gear. You just need to like you just need
Well, I mean, it's in the sack.
Still have it in the sack. Okay, good.
Yeah, with the silver ingots.
you just need like scales or something to put in to have like gear that could be for alchemy. And then you have like the supplies, and then you just need like 3 checks, and you can have a alchemist workshop staff it with Marcel, and he'll make little like elixirs that can help you guys every time you go back or
Should we?
something.
All right.
Yeah.
Do we want to make our leaving town rolls before we wrap up?
Yeah, I guess so.
Unless there's anything else we need to do.
No, I don't think so. I think we're naming the session again, but that's at the very end. I'll roll for Claflin right now. How much things did he have?
So he'll have 4D of treasure plus his resources.
His resources is 2. He has 4D of treasure.
And yeah, he has 4. Like it's a op 4.
Op 4. Okay, he gets.
You succeed. Wow.
Oh wow. Wow.
Little
That's a
bonus there.
very hot roll.
Oh, that used up the silver ingots, by the way, Andrew. So you can
Okay.
remove them from your.
Excellent. Thank you for keeping track.
Yeah, no problem. Then Tyler. You have ob 5, and you have 5 dice of treasure, plus your resources.
The resource test
Ob 5
with gear or supplies at 5.
Add 5, alright.
So gear or supplies, and then 5 of them.
There you go.
And his was 5.
probably fail, but that's okay because you won't lose resources, which is what's most important.
Plus, he needs a fail anyway.
Yeah. Well, I mean.
Excellent. Mark that fail.
That worked. Yeah.
And
Alright,
you're not
then-
taxed. Great. Pay your bills. Oh yeah, and
Andrew?
mark that yours fresh. Also.
I'm still exhausted though.
Oh, you're not exhausted. I ought to make sure that Claflin's.
Okay, then Andrew, you have an ob 1, and what's your resources at?
2.
Okay, so you use 1 of the silver.
Okay. So 3 versus 1. Okay. Oh, I fail. That's okay.
Fine. Get
Well,
something to strive for. And lastly, Elfwin.
Yes, I'm got 4D, and I wanted to succeed, so I'm going to use my signet ring and the door plate. So that's 7 dice plus my 3 resources.
Ooh.
Hey.
So I get a success, and that's all of our treasure spent.
And the very final thing, we name our session. What do we name it?
The Thelon's mystery.
The what?
The mystery of Mailia.
I like that.
Hey there, Mailia. And then
The
Milo.
mystery of Mailia.
Yeah.
Mailia or Mila?
It's Mailia. Malia. It's gotta be Mailia,
Okay,
right?
so I had it in my head like the I became before the O.
I know. I like Malia as like that just rolls off the tongue better, but
It does.
it's
We'll
not
say
how the
Mailia.
name is.
We'll say it's
Okay.
Mailia. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm bad at pronouncing.
Mailia.
Fair enough.
I like Mailia
Mamma mia,
or
Mailia.
Mailia. I don't know. That's great. We had a great session. Thank you for joining.
Yeah.
Hell
Let's
yeah.
End
And
the
thank you
stream.
for joining us.
And I don't
With a
know.
new RPG to play.
We
Yeah.
will pass the torch to the next game we play next week.
Yeah, we'll have to talk about that. Bye bye.